welcome to Eddington. I hope every version of it will go up after the meeting, so nothing will be missed in that respect. Apologies about that, but I think there's nothing we can really do about the facilities in the building. I'm going to move to apologies for absence. Are there any, please?
Thank you, Chair. There are apologies from Heather Richards.
Thank you. I'm then going to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from members? Christopher Walkinshaw.
I'm not sure whether it needs to be recorded, but against item 10, I should record my place of work is Marshal of Cambridge, involved with promoting developments on Newmarket Road, so I will stand back where necessary.
Thank you, Christopher. Paul.
Oh, there we are. Sorry, just in terms of the Waterbeach items, I am one of the members for Milton Waterbeach, and I also live in Waterbeach. Maybe I don't need to
Members
say that,
don't
but
need to declare interest for areas that they represented to talk about, so thank you for saying so. Any other declarations of interest can be made through the meeting when we get to an item if people think of anything. And then coming to minutes of the previous meeting, which are in the agenda pack, pages 3 to 31. I've not had any issues of accuracy highlighted with these. Is there agreement that I can sign them as a correct record? Heather?
Is that working?
Yep.
So I won't comment, I won't take part in any vote on the minutes because I wasn't present, so I'd be recording an abstention.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear what you said. Thank you. Okay, so may I sign these as a correct record? Thank you. That's done. I'm now going to refer to questions from members of the public by reporting that we've had 23 public questions split as follows. 12 on item 6, making connections, 3 on item 7, future investment strategy, 2 on item 8, Southeast Transport Scheme, 3 on item 9, Waterbeach to Cambridge and Waterbeach Greenway, and 3 on item 10, the Cambridge Eastern Access Project. Details of those questions have been published on the website, and I think all members of the Assembly have those in front of them. I'm going to take them at the start of each relevant agenda item, and there are a number of partner body representatives who have asked to speak too, and I will invite them to make their points at the start of the relevant agenda item too, when we get to them. Item 5 is petitions, and we have had a petition signed by 4,546 signatories. It relates to item 7 and 8. It asks the GCP to save, and I'm quoting here, to save one of Cambridge's important green corridors and not to proceed with an 8-kilometre road through countryside, and instead progress plans for a 1.6 kilometre road and 1 to 2 kilometres of bus lane in the A1307 corridor. Under our rules, there is a provision for the petition organiser to present their petition to the Assembly, and they have up to 3 minutes to address members, which I'm going to take at this point. So the organiser concerned here was James Littlewood, Chief Executive of Cambridge Past, Present and Future, and I'm going to ask James if you would like to use your 3 minutes now, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This petition is presented by Cambridge Past, Present and Future and supported by an alliance of organisations, including the parish councils of Stapleford, Great Shelford and Babraham, Cambridge Connect, Magog Trust, CPRE and Rail Futures East Anglia. As of this morning, the petition has been signed by 4,873 people. The petitioners call on the Greater Cambridge Partnership to listen to public opinion, save the Greenbelt countryside, protect the Gog-Magog Hills and choose a better solution for the A1307 than the CSET's Phase 2 proposal for an 8-kilometre long, 14-metre wide bus road through the countryside. Hopefully, all of you have received a briefing document from us last week which sets out the arguments for an alternative public transport scheme in the A1307 corridor. Such a scheme was proposed by the GCP in 2017 and would be around £100 million cheaper. It would deliver similar transport and economic benefits and much higher benefit-cost ratio. It could be delivered without a public inquiry and constructed in stages, giving benefit at each stage and thus helping more quickly. Such a scheme would have fewer impacts on the environment, landscape and communities. For example, it would not require 3 bridges over chalk streams or a road through a country park, and it would produce fewer CO2 emissions. Importantly, it would serve more of the biomedical campus, such as the Children's Hospital and the proposed expansion of the campus. The CSET's bus road was designed to form part of the Cambridge Metro or some other unknown future mass transport system. The Cambridge Metro has been dropped, but this has not led to a review of CSET's Phase 2. If Cambridge continues to grow rapidly from the 2040s onwards, then such growth will be best served by reinstating a rail service to Haverhill and improvements to the Ipswich line as part of East West Rail Phase 2. Investing 160 million in 8 kilometres of bus road would harm the business case for future investment in these solutions. GCP officers are recommending that the CSET's bus road is paused, and they've not allocated funds for any scheme. Instead, we ask you to recommend to the GCP board that a budget of 50 million is allocated to an alternative scheme in the A1307 corridor and that work starts on this as soon as possible. We also ask that you recommend our petition to be presented to the board because there are no other route for us to present it to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. We members will wish to note that petition and the subject of the request in the petition is obviously something not on our agenda today, but it's tangential to 2 items, and so members may choose to refer to it when we get to those 2 items. But all other things being equal, the overall alignment of that scheme was last determined through the GCP procedures in June 2021, and all things being equal, the point of view that you've articulated in the petition would be something that would be expressed in the event of a transport and works order being made on the scheme, and that would be to a public inquiry. But obviously, it's tangential to 2 items today, and people can and will probably refer to it. So thank you very much indeed, and thank those who signed the petition as well. So moving to our first main item on the agenda, we come to item 6, making connections, outline business case and next steps. And I'm going to start by going to the public questions. Because of the number of public questions, I have asked that they are limited to 2 minutes each. And I'm going to take them in blocks of 3 so that I can ask for responses from the officers and I think that will in all cases be Lynn on this subject, Lynn Miles. So I will tell you that the first block of 3 questions, and this will enable the first person to get in place. The first is Sarah Lightowlers on behalf of Cambridge Parents for Sustainable Travel. She will be followed by Jennifer Williams and Alexander Blandford, but Sarah Lightowlers is going to read that, I believe, and Lillian Rundblatt after that. So if you would like to go ahead, Sarah. No, you were on before.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Lightowlers, and I'm from the organisation Cambridgeshire Parents for Sustainable Travel. And I'm also speaking on behalf of Jennifer Williams from the same organisation. This is my daughter, Safia, here. And some of you may have seen our report card for politicians in Cambridgeshire outside. We'd like to thank the GCP officers for their work on the Sustainable Travel Zone. Our local politicians from all parties have failed everyone in our region, even those who did not support the STZ proposals. There has been so much focus on the cost to drivers that you failed to account for the significantly greater costs of inaction to everyone else. Because of your failure, we will all be directly or indirectly impacted by reduced life chances due to lack of access to employment and educational opportunities, poorer health from air pollution, lack of activity, and increased loneliness and isolation, increasing carbon emissions from our region contributing to global boiling, lost time and reduced economic output due to congestion, financial stress from the cost of having to own and run a car. Nearly everyone agrees that we need to reduce traffic and improve public transport. You are just another cohort in a long line of leaders who have failed to solve these problems over decades. You failed to learn any lessons. You failed to provide leadership. You failed to do the right thing for present and future generations. There is no need to ask a question today. You had the answer, but you failed to hear it. What must happen next is clear. We need to improve and deliver the road user hierarchy and progress the integrated parking strategy. At the same time, we must also consult on schemes that will help to raise revenue, improve public transport, free up road space, and promote behavioural change. This could include a workplace parking levy and an enhanced city centre scheme. If you cannot listen to the concerned cries from local people, perhaps you will heed UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. The air is unbreathable, the heat is unbearable, and the level of fossil fuel profits and climate inaction is unacceptable. Leaders must lead. No more hesitancy, no more excuses, no more waiting for others to move first. There is simply no more time. Thank you.
Much. Was that also your question for Jennifer Williams and Alexander Blandford?
Yes, that's all we have to say. Thank you.
It was combined. Okay, thank you. And then could I call Lillian Rundblatt?
Good morning.
Good morning. Got 2 minutes.
Yep. Okay. The Histon Road Corridor project, part of the city deal, focusing on walking, cycling, public transport, was finished about 2 years ago with new bus lane, floating bus stops, and accommodating the guided buses. The A direct service to station Addenbrooks, and there was great importance. School children traveling to the Long Road area and persons to the biomedic campus, Addenbrooks, etc., have been having a direct bus facility. The new service should be delivered before any STZ starts, and that is in 6.6, 6, 7, 10, and in point 802, the GCP corridor scheme, even Histon Road is included. But does GCP partners really have the will and capability to enforce the necessary obligations from the bus service companies? On September 3, Stagecoach suddenly declared that they will no longer stop at the special bus stops by Brownlow Road, Carisbrooke Road, nor at the Blackwell Road, which is serving Franklin Gardens. The residents suddenly face changes in the city centre or Histon Village station and almost twice the cost. What action will GCP and partners take to reinstate the A-bus service at above bus stops? Depending on actions taken on the above question, which is challenging the trust we should have in the coming STZ project's reliability and the GCP and partners, can we trust that we will really have the bus services outlined in 610 to 613 before STZ? And will the service remain for the future and not suddenly stop on a whim of a bus company? Thank you.
Thanks, Lillian. I'd like to turn to Lynn Miles to comment on those questions.
Thank you, Chair. In response to the first question by Ms. Lightollers on behalf of the Sustainable Travel Alliance, this is difficult stuff. We know there are people with strong feelings on all sides. The proposals set out in the papers aim to strike a balance between those. In terms of the costs and implications of not proceeding with an STZ, those are set out in the papers and the OBC that sit alongside it. There are alternative ways of raising revenue and of reducing traffic. Previous work has set out that those are less impactful. And as you mentioned, other elements of the City Access Programme are underway and will consider what other contributions can be made towards achieving objectives. For Ms. Rundblatt, your point about bus service unreliability and uncertainty reflects many local users' experiences, and we heard that strongly through the Making Connections consultation feedback. The sort of long-term decline of privatised public transport underlines the importance of securing long-term funding for the buses. Having the level of control over the bus network to give the sort of assurances you seek is dependent on the future model under which bus services are run, which is the current subject of study by the Combined Authority in terms of its bus reform work.
Thank you, Lynn. The second block of 3 questions, the first, who could move into position right away, William Bannell. The second is David Stoughton, Chair of Living Streets, Cambridge. And the third is Martin Lucas Smith, who's a resident in Petersfield. Mr. Bannell, would you like to ask your question in 2 minutes, please?
Yeah. My question sort of became irrelevant because of the recent news that the political parties have started pulling their support for the STZ. So I immediately, after submitting my question, found out that it had sort of already been answered. So I might just sort of change my question a little bit on the cuff, if you don't mind. I don't necessarily agree with the apocalyptic vision of like some people here, but I do agree that the GCP have totally failed Cambridge and have represented an enormous waste of money and time. And when I think about all of the unnecessarily stress and anger that you have caused, turning me off, are you? When I think of the unnecessary stress and anger that has been caused over the last 10 months, I don't really see that there's any positive suggestion that I could make to the GCP. I don't really have any faith that they would do a good job in anything. They just spend a lot of money and waste a lot of time. And so I think I want to use this opportunity to bridge the gap between members of the public who are at odds, right? We all want to work together to a better solution, but you know, we don't need to fight each other or argue with each other. I also want to take this opportunity to ask this question, just out of curiosity and the principle of the thing, really. If this whole thing ends up falling in and just becoming another huge waste of public money, will anybody in the GCP get fired or be demoted or have a pay cut or something? Will there be an internal review? Will there be some kind of reckoning that will show the public that you're a responsible body and you're not just here siphoning off public funds?
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Bannell. The second in this block of questions is David Stoughton. David, you've got 2 minutes.
Morning. Young people are crying out for change, for independent travel, more walking and cycling, fewer cars on the road, a cleaner and greener environment. Research from Imperial College found much higher levels of concern among 16 to 24-year-olds about climate change than about COVID, even though COVID had more immediate disruptive impact. Young people report anger, disgust, guilt, and shame about inaction on the risky environment they will inherit. For younger people, carbon reduction and active travel are closely linked. Over 70% of under 24s who responded to the consultation wanted better buses and improvements for walking and cycling. 61% of 16 to 24-year-olds supported creation of a sustainable travel zone, and along with 55% of under 15s. Living Streets asked the Assembly to reflect on these numbers and on their own credibility with the coming generation. If young people had been as fully represented in the consultation as their elders, it's possible the sustainable travel zone would have majority support. Instead, older people, significantly overrepresented in the consultation, wanted to be allowed to continue polluting and congesting our streets. It is these young people who will have to grapple with the congestion, pollution, global warming, and of course its impacts on health. As floods and firestorms engulf the planet, and as research shows that climate change exacerbates the impact of pollution on health, it is time to think globally and act locally. A third of carbon emissions across the county come from motor traffic. Will the Assembly now take a strong and principled stance to support our young people in building a better future, rather than choose to continue the spiral of increasing temperature and declining health? Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I now have Martin Lucas-Smith, hopefully, to ask his question. Good morning. 2 minutes, Martin. No, it's on.
Is it on?
Yep.
I'm a resident of Petersfield. I don't speak on behalf of any organisation, and I wrote this question last week before yesterday's announcement. If there's one thing that's achieved consensus, it's that public transport needs massive improvement, and this should be done through franchising to end the current stagecoach monopoly. At present, those unable to afford a car are highly dependent on an ever-dwindling bus system, especially in rural areas. Those at the income level just above are forced to spend thousands for a car they can barely afford. Those too young to drive, and many others, have little transport independence. And those who can afford a car, and businesses, sit in traffic congestion, wasting time and money. These cannot continue. The hard fact is that improving public transport under franchising requires a subsidy, and there's only two routes for that, really: a congestion charge or a workplace parking levy, which taxes large businesses. The report for the February 2020 Exec Board meeting stated that a workplace parking levy would raise around 23 million annually. At the previous meeting, I asked why a workplace parking levy was not being pursued, and the answer you gave, that it can raise revenue and reduce traffic, but on a smaller scale than the proposed STZ. However, you've now proposed a proposed STZ on a smaller scale to raise only 33 million. So it and the workplace parking levy are now in the same ballpark. So the answer given last time is now irrelevant. While it's true a workplace parking levy would need further consultation, this seems a poor reason to reject it. Wouldn't a massively modified STZ also need further consultation? A workplace parking levy has seen surprisingly high levels of support from both sides, including the South Cambs Tory MP. It would be a much simpler scheme, has no significant regressive benefits, and it's one of the few ways of taxing the growth industries, exacerbating the congestion problem. I ask again that the workplace parking levy be put back on the agenda. Not to do so would undermine your own argument made at the last meeting. Thank
Thank you very much, Martin. So that's the second block of 3 questions. I'd just like to pick out Mr. Bannell's question at the beginning, because I don't think that's appropriate to ask an officer to respond to. I would like to say in response that the range of public questions that you are hearing on this item underlines that all members of the public do not share Mr. Bannell's particular point of view, and that there is a major challenge for elected politicians to synthesize and provide leadership on which we can obtain a consensus. And it's been the view, and I would personally stick to it, that that is going to arise through dialoguing with the public, and that is what the GCP has been doing. And a decision has not been made on that process so far, and it no doubt will be, but I don't think that the existence of a dialogue and the iterative process that it implies would suggest that, anyone has failed at this point. So I will ask Lynn to respond to the other 2 questions, please, from David Stoughton and Martin Lucas-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. In response to Mr. Stoughton's question, you are correct to point out that younger residents were more likely to support the Making Connections proposals as set out in last year's consultation. They're also more likely to rely on public transport and active travel to make their journeys, and therefore the improvements that would be supported by the Making Connections proposals are particularly urgent for them. The revised proposals that are set out in the papers do aim to balance those perspectives of young people with other perspectives expressed through the consultation. But broadly speaking, the attempt is to address the long-term costs that you set out there through the proposals that are before the Joint Assembly. In response to Mr. Lucas-Smith, so broadly agreeing that we've previously looked at a workplace parking levy as you set out. Previous rounds of technical work and previous consultations have found that the workplace parking levy is less preferred and less effective in achieving objectives, particularly other than revenue raising. It does much less to reduce traffic and therefore is going to be much less effective at delivering the sorts of improvements that we know generate mode shift to buses, which are reduced journey times and crucially improved reliability. And so that's the reason they were phased out by previous rounds. As I said, they are obviously alternatives to the STZ that's on the table at the moment. We can be broadly confident they'll be less impactful, but, you know, that's that. Ms. That's it, yeah.
Very much, Lynn. I then turn to the 3rd block of 3 questions in this order, and Sarah Hughes, on behalf of Milton Cycling Campaign, is the first and perhaps should move to the seat, followed by Neil Mackay, Managing Director of Mackay's of Cambridge Limited, and after that, Pam Parker, on behalf of East Cambridge CAN. I believe she's via Teams, is that right? Yeah, okay. I hope that's all been managed. So go ahead, Sarah, please. You've got 2 minutes.
So I'm asking this question on behalf of Milton Cycling Campaign. In the absence of a national road pricing scheme, Milton Cycling Campaign remains convinced that the sustainable travel zone is the right way of pricing the road danger, pollution and congestion that motor traffic generates. However, politicians have failed to deliver the sustainable travel zone. In order to encourage more and more people to walk and cycle, more infrastructure is needed, but with limited income streams, it's hard to see how this is going to happen. What additional funding streams are there available for walking and cycling schemes?
Sarah, Neil Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say, with regards to the point you made to Mr. Bannell, the consultation must be a consultation, not a marketing exercise. In February, I invited the GCP Executive Board to visit Mackay's of Cambridge to address the concerns we as a company had about the Making Connections proposals as consulted on at the end of 2022. I gave the Executive Board a tour of our shop, demonstrating the large, often awkward and heavy items that we sell requiring motorised transport to both deliver and take away following sale. We then proceeded to have a 90-minute meeting, which was also at my request, including 2 members of the Cambridgeshire Residents Group. The meeting, however, was with Mackay's. During the meeting, a document containing ideas and suggestions that had been harvested from comments on social media platforms by members of the public was discussed. The ideas and suggestions were not endorsed by the Cambridgeshire Residents Group Committee. I therefore request the removal of any suggestion in the meeting agenda pack for this meeting attributing peak time congestion charging as an idea from Cambridgeshire Residents Group. For the record, both Mackay's and Cambridgeshire Residents Group view such a congestion charge as unfeasible and urge the government to forward fund the required infrastructure improvements needed to improve the growth, to support the growth of the area, which they have recently been discussing in the national press. Indeed, instead of taxing the least affluent and sickest in a society, please confirm the agenda pack will be corrected and you will scrap any form of congestion charges as the funding mechanism for Cambridge is a much needed improvement to its transport system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. And the third in this set is Pam Parker, who apparently will be above me.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I asked this question on behalf of East Cams Can. East Cams Can is broadly supportive of the Making Connections proposal. It's our understanding that not proceeding with the proposal jeopardises £50 million in funding towards improvements to buses, walking and cycling, and that the congestion charging element is a key part of the strategy to encourage a modal shift from cars to buses or active travel. Can the GCP say what would the impact on congestion, air quality and carbon emissions from transport be if the proposals don't go ahead? And secondly, are local politicians willing to push aside short-term party politicking and put an end to the decades of back and forth over transport policy locally by supporting the new revised plan?
With those 3 questions, I'll turn to Lynn again, please.
Thank you, Chair. Smith Hughes for the Milton Cycling Campaign on the question of alternative funding funding streams for walking and cycling. There are various other streams. I won't list them all. Very broadly speaking, they tend to be competitive and focused on capital infrastructure, so that's for building things rather than maintaining or providing revenue funding. So there are various ones set out. The GCP programme also makes a series of investments across walking and cycling schemes, 80 million in the Greater Cambridge Greenways, 11 million in cross-city cycling, and so on. But you are correct to say that a sort of an ongoing revenue source in perpetuity is an opportunity that the STZ offers to continue to support that into the future. In response to Mr. Mackay on his point, we did receive evidence from lots of places, not just from Cambridgeshire Residents Group. We did receive an email which we understood from its contents to be a combination of social media and CRG committee brainstorming sessions. I'm sorry it didn't distinguish which suggestions came from which, but if we have reported that incorrectly, we will clarify it. It did say that the proposals listed, though, had been carefully considered on a number of levels, and it did include a suggestion of peak time commuting charge between 7 and 9 and 4 and 6 each weekday. And so for that reason we included it, but I note your correction. Thank you. Ms. Parker, on behalf of East Cams Cam on Teams, in terms of your question about the impacts of not proceeding with an STZ, There are a range of impacts on air quality, on carbon and on congestion, which are set out in the outline business case. It is standard practice according to the business case guidelines we follow that we assess the implications of doing something compared with the implications of not doing it, and so forth. That's all set out. Very broadly, we expect journey times in the morning peak to go up by about 19% and to go up by about 39% in the afternoon peak, and delay to correspondingly increase by about 30 to 75% by 2041. Air quality and carbon and so forth broadly follow from that calculation. And in terms of revenue, we estimate over the next 10 years, it would be about 310 million of foregone revenue, which would be a combination of the 50 million upfront funding and the net revenue of the scheme over its first 7 years.
Thanks, Lynn. And the final block of further 3 questions. Richard Wood, Secretary of the Cambridge Area Bus Users. So if Richard could move into position, he will be followed by Roxanne DeBow on behalf of CamCycle and Sarah on behalf of Cambridge Sustainable Travel Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. I'm questioning about procrastination and the concomitant risk of reputational damage to the GCP. Some 70% of Making Connections consultees supported the proposals for bus improvements and fare reductions. Moreover, 51% of those who opposed or strongly opposed the sustainable travel zone supported these proposals. Do members agree that procrastination will effectively be a decision to tolerate further decline in bus services? Our region's network is 20% smaller than pre-pandemic, and a decision to continue to tolerate aggravated traffic congestion and consequent pollution. That this would be a decision to ignore the clear public message of strong support for sustainable transport, bringing further reputational damage to the GCP. Currently, the revised package of measures are the best way forward to keeping our city moving by reducing congestion and also providing a reliable, sustainable, locally controlled funding source that is so urgently needed to deliver better sustainable transport options. Affordable, frequent, convenient bus services cannot rely solely on fare box revenue, nor on sporadic, precarious central government grants. When politicians are seeking re-elections, what will you say to the vast majority of your electorate who are desperate for improved public transport? Now, whatever the remarks in some quarters, our council against offering free ice creams and cuddly puppies. I mean, this, you know, leaving aside the animal welfare obligations, it could be the electoral offence of treating. But what will you say? Will you say, oh, the car lobby was very, very noisy, and they had all these people coming in from Oxford complaining about low traffic neighbourhoods, and we had the anti-vaxxers there, and the anti-5G brigade, and Piers Corbyn? I don't think that's a good enough response. We've had, over many decades, just see Anthony Carpen's Lost Cambridge blog post, a variety of proposals to improve public transports and to tackle traffic congestion, which have been considered, suspended and abandoned. There should be no more delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And Roxanne DeBow.
Thank you. Inaction is a political choice that will have a detrimental impact on our transport network. It will not address the urgent issues of our growing region, including health, pollution, road safety, and carbon emissions. Cycling has always been and will continue to be part of the solution. CamCycle will never stop campaigning for the things that enable more, better, and safer cycling, which will in turn deliver benefits for everyone, even those who do not ride themselves. To achieve a high-quality, accessible cycle network across our region, it is essential to secure both an increased level of investment in dedicated cycling infrastructure and a reduction in the speed and volume of motor traffic on our roads. Our rural routes should be safe for all ages and abilities, and our urban areas should be places for people, not traffic jams. When we surveyed CamCycle members in October, 88% supported the principle of a sustainable travel zone for Cambridge. Recent surveys of our members in the last week reflect similar results. If decision makers are going to completely give up on this idea and all the benefits it would have brought, urgent action is needed by the GCP on alternative schemes such as the road network hierarchy, quick wins on walking and cycling, integrated parking strategy, and so on. The GCP should also consult on other income-generating proposals, including a workplace parking levy, and a concept cross-party support could be implemented quickly. What cannot happen is that our region wastes another decade and more millions of taxpayers' money failing to take action for change. Since 1990, when congestion charging was first discussed, our young people, the majority of whom supported the sustainable travel zone, have been failed. The poorest and the most isolated society have been failed. Our local businesses, strangled by congestion, have been failed. It's time to turn the tide. I'll end with a quote from James Freeman Clarke. The difference between a politician and a statesman is that a politician thinks about the next election, while the statesman thinks about the next generation. What are you thinking about today? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roxanne. And final speaker, Sarah, on behalf of Cambridge Sustainable Travel Alliance. So I thought it was the same Sarah.
So I'm from the Cambridge Sustainable Travel Alliance. We're an alliance of 31 organisations active in the areas of transport, environment and health. This summer, we talked to more than 300 bus users in Cambridge, Ely and Huntingdon. We found that much of the public was unaware of the benefits of the Making Connections proposals, mistakenly believing that the scheme was all stick and no carrot. Only 15% of those we interviewed recognised that the money generated by the road charge would be spent on improving bus services. 61%, however, had heard of the proposed road charge. We think that there has been an enormous lack of positive communication about the benefits of the proposals, and that has left a void that was filled with anti-SDZ messaging, which further entrenched poor understanding and fear. It's too late now, but we think that improving public understanding of the benefits of the scheme would have increased support. When asked what the best thing was about the bus, the most common theme among Cambridge bus users, excluding those on the park and ride, was that the bus was affordable. Some people were taking the bus more due to the £2 fare cap. This is absolutely no surprise in a cost of living crisis. Cars are expensive to own and run. Our buses are in a dreadful state, however. The network in our region is 20% smaller than it was pre-pandemic, and on average, more than 20% of bus services run late, mainly due to congestion. We fear that without extra funding, coupled with measures to reduce congestion, bus services will be stuck in a continuing spiral of decline. Our question is around the consequences of not proceeding. Please tell us how much our region, both in terms of one-off investment and annual funding, spends supporting buses and active travel currently, how much would have been available to spend under Scenario 1A, and what funding there would be in the future without a sustainable travel zone. And also put that into perspective and explain how it compares to other English regions outside London.
Thank you, Sarah. Lynn, last three questions.
Thank you, Chair. To Mr. Wood from the Cambridge Area Bus Users Group, yes, you are broadly correct. To improve bus services needs two fundamental things. It needs money to support subsidy of services that aren't commercially viable, and it needs road space to allow public transport to be reliable and reasonably speedy. And it needs both of those things at once. As you point out on revenue, the proposals for the STZ aim to deliver a reliable, long-term, locally controlled source of funding that doesn't currently exist in the same way, which would allow people to rely on a bus network to continue to operate the services that it expects. As we said, there's currently 50 million of the City deal notionally set aside for investment in ramping up bus services before any proposed STZ were to come into action. That's sort of allocated conditionally on the expectation that there would need to be a long-term funding source to come in behind it to continue that on once the money had run out. Otherwise, it would be not advisable to spend that money without knowing that you could sustain those services. In response to Ms. DeBow for CamCycle, the GCP programme makes considerable investments in walking and cycling, but you are quite right that the STZ was intended to make considerable further investment and to have that sustained and locally controlled over time. I've mentioned previously that we have previously looked at alternatives, and it will be for the board now to consider the proposals for the STZ that reflect the consultation feedback and to consider whether and how they want to proceed on that. You're also right about the impact on the poorer people in society. We know that those on the 40% lowest income households make 50% more bus trips than those in the 40% with highest incomes, whereas those in the top 40% of household incomes travel 57% more by car than those in the poorest 40%. So investment in buses, broadly speaking, is disproportionately beneficial to those on lower incomes. In terms of the Cambridge Sustainable Travel Alliance question, government evidence of the impact of the £2 bus fare cap does bear out your local observations, actually, that bus fare subsidy does cause mode shift onto buses, are its emerging findings, and that is particularly pronounced amongst those on lower incomes who are more likely to mode shift to buses when fares are reduced, and that's why reduced bus fares were part of the package set out in the papers. In terms of the funding and comparability, there is currently quite a range of funding sources that go into the bus network, a combination of local and national funding. For scale, the current mayoral precept, which is invested in buses, raises £3.6 million this year. And for relevant context, the STZ proposed in these papers generates an estimated 31 million net revenue each year to invest. And as I mentioned earlier, our calculation of the cumulative lost investment in the bus network over 10 years, if the decision were to be taken not to proceed with this version of the STZ, would be around 310 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. I'd now like to call on City Councillor Elliot Tong to come forward as a member of one of our three council partners, and he has 3 minutes to make a statement or ask a question, I'm not sure.
Hello, wait, is this on? Oh, it is, perfect. Hello, yeah, I am City Councillor Elliot Tong, and I am representing Abbey Ward and also the Green Party. I've got a bit of a cold, so I'm going to be very, very direct with the questions, which related to a council tax precept, slightly touched on earlier, I think. So, question 1, what, if any, research has been done on a council tax precept levied by the combined authority? What are the capital and revenue administrative cost savings? Can you confirm whether or not, can you confirm the figure previously supplied for a Band D property of under £200 per annum for a Band D property? Can you also confirm if, a council tax precept has been heavily considered and why it's not being pursued in more detail? And also, has it been considered in conjunction with other schemes like a workplace parking levy?
Thank you very much, Elliot. I'll ask Lynn if you'd like to comment.
Thank you, Councillor Tong. Actually, I just made a bit of reference to this. At its current level of £12 on a Band D property, the mayoral precept on council tax that currently funds bus services that otherwise would have been cut last year raises £3.6 million per annum. The scale, the STZ proposal set out in this paper raises £31 million per annum. to invest in buses. The specific admin costs vary and would be subject to further work if we proceeded with this, but are set out in the outline business case. But for clarity, there is sort of net revenue from this proposal quite substantially above the admin costs of setting it out. It would be for the CPCA to consider whether it wished to continue putting a mayoral precept onto council tax and at what level it would like to do that in future. And as I mentioned before, it is currently considering bus network reform, whether that be enhanced partnership or franchising, and that will take into account all of the various revenue sources that go into the wider pie, that is bus network funding. These proposals deal just with the element that could potentially be raised by a sustainable travel zone. Finally, I think it's just probably important to note, as I've said before, that improving public transport doesn't only require raising revenue. That's necessary but not sufficient to improve public transport. You also need to reduce traffic and create road space. Otherwise, journeys will continue to be unreliable and therefore not attractive.
And thank you, Councillor Tong. So we reached the end of the public questions and partner authority councillor questions. And I'd like to, sorry, not much room for breath, but turn back to Lynn again to present the report on this item, please.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to. Next slide, please. I will be relatively brief with this presentation. I really just want to highlight, for those who haven't had a chance to see them fully, the contents of the paper. I won't recap too much on the process to date. Most of you are aware it's been a relatively sort of long process to get to this point, with several rounds of public consultation and a 2019 Citizens' Assembly, which drew together members of the public to try to bring those disparate voices and those strongly varied opinions that we heard here today into one room to sort of work towards a solution with experts. So that's how we got to the proposals that went out last autumn for consultation. During that process, as I've said in answer to some of the questions, we looked at alternative means of funding public transport, of reducing traffic, and of improving reliability of public transport. And those were discounted as relatively less impactful than the solution we went out to consultation of. In June, we brought to the Joint Assembly and subsequently to the board the results of the consultation that happened last autumn. We showed you broadly that 58% of people didn't support the STZ proposals as set out, but that people did think buses needed to be improved, and there was evidence in the consultation that the majority of people who opposed didn't oppose in principle, but opposed elements of the design of the STZ. We've therefore suggested in June a series of illustrative scenarios which we might look at to reflect the consultation concerns but still aim to deliver benefits. And this paper is the culmination of that work, essentially. We have firmed up those three illustrative scenarios and tested variants of all of them in the outline business case that is appended to the paper. Broadly speaking, the business case finds that one could make a case to do any of these three scenarios in the sense that they all move towards achieving the objectives that the GCP board has set for itself, which is to reduce traffic levels, reduce congestion, and improve the reliability and attractiveness of public transport and sustainable travel. So they all move you towards that goal. The decision, therefore, is about the scale of benefits to be delivered and how much of the scheme's objectives can be achieved and how much the scheme responds to consultation concerns. And so broadly speaking, the finding was that scenario 2, which was broadly the same scheme as the consultation with the addition of 3 days per week, tapering off over time, came the closest technically to achieving the objectives, but that it didn't respond as well as scenario 1 or scenario 3 to the consultation feedback, and is the sort of most difficult scenario for business impacts. And for that reason, the officer recommendation is a variant of scenario 1, which is a peak hour only charge, because it delivers most of the peak time traffic benefits of the consultation scheme and still raises substantial amounts of money to invest in public transport, but does do much more to respond to the variety of thematic concerns raised through the consultation. And in particularly, it responds to some of the concerns raised through the business impact assessment about business impacts. Next slide, please. The recommended scheme, therefore, set out in the papers, scenario 1A, raises around £31 million of annual net revenue to invest in the bus and sustainable transport network. Just to briefly recap we propose that the best version of this scheme looks like peak time only charging, with the addition of 50 free days per year for account holders, which will allow people to do the trip to the hardware shop, the taking their grandma to the doctors, and various other things that their lifestyles require, in recognition of the fact that we do ultimately need people to be less reliant on their cars for their habitual behaviours, but there'll always be times when it's really helpful to have a car, and therefore that allowance gives people the flexibility to use a car when they do need to. That combination of peak hours and free days is a really significant difference to the consultation version of the scheme, and are the two biggest elements that address the majority of concerns. For those, though, that are still reliant on their cars, will not be able to use better public transport for various reasons. And for businesses, there are further safety nets proposed, and that's a 50% low-income discount for those on low incomes who are driving a car, although, as I flagged, disproportionately people on lower incomes take buses and travel less by car, but some people will still be reliant on car. So the proposal is a low-income discount. We also newly propose a locally owned SME discount, which reduces by half the cost of running vans and lorries. We suggest a 100% discount on motorbikes kept under review in response to consultation feedback, and a range of other exemptions, which I won't go to in detail. Next slide, please. The combination of these changes, we believe, responds to portion of the feedback received during the consultation, but still maintains the ability to deliver really significant benefits. So for scale, 31 million net revenue a year compares to around 9 million annually raised by Nottingham's workplace parking levy. So it's a really substantial investment. It is less than set out in the consultation, but it is certainly a non-negligible investment into public transport and sustainable travel. I won't go through these points in detail, but broadly speaking, we do believe it responds to some of the key concerns raised. I will just pick out the hospital, where one of the key concerns was people being charged to drive to hospital. Under the revised proposal, our suggestion is that we mirror or reflect through to the system the exemptions that the hospitals already give to people who are visiting, so they already give parking discounts and allocations to staff who are in particular need of it, to visitors who need to come for appointments, or to see people long-term in hospital. We suggest to simply honour those through to the STZ proposal, and we've spoken to hospitals about the practicalities of doing that. On top of that, there's of course the discount for people with disabilities, and there is a low-income discount, and there would be no charge out of peak hours. So the combination of those things we think substantially mitigate concerns about hospital access. Next slide, please. We've set out sort of broad sense of bus network investment enabled by this. As we've sort of discussed earlier, it is a lower level of annual ongoing investment into the bus network than the consultation scheme, but still broadly allows substantial investment into all of the things listed there, so fares, longer operating hours, higher frequency services, more rural services, and so on. The medium to long-term bus network, it's important to say, is the responsibility of the combined authority, and they're currently thinking through what that network should be through their bus reform work and beyond that. We've been working closely with them to feed in what we've heard through this consultation, and this would obviously be one revenue source in the wider funding mix for buses. Next slide, please. So the long-term bus offer enabled by this package is, as I said, a broadly similar to mix to what is set out to the consultation, but obviously just proportionately less of each of these elements than would have been the case. Next slide, please. How the next year might look is more dependent on the shape of the current network. It's about starting to build up towards a network that would be in place by the time any future charge happened. The GCP 50 million would fund that investment to the value of 50 million up until the point that a charge came in behind it to continue that funding. We've suggested an indicative range of proposals there. If the decision were to be to proceed with an STZ, we would bring more detail on specific investments over the next year to be funded to the December cycle of the board meeting. But we've set out sort of an indicative list of things that every couple of months a sort of new element would build up in the network, and it would do that towards the date of any future STZ being introduced. Next slide, please. Again, indicatively, the investment is not just for buses, it's proposed to be for sustainable travel as well. I've set out a fairly indicative range of things that would be funded there. The proposal set out in the business case is that there would be a small amount of funding in the early years, which would ramp up from 2030 once scheme setup costs had been covered by the revenues. And it would be a broad range of interventions in sustainable travel, infrastructure, services and maintenance on an ongoing basis. It would include investment in pedestrian facilities and public realm improvements, making the most of the extra road space that is enabled by reduced traffic levels, cycle facilities and segregation, but also the wraparound services such as secure parking, ongoing maintenance of sustainable travel infrastructure, and smaller, softer measures that we know matter: bike loan schemes, travel planning, facilities and safety at the travel hubs, park and rides, and so on. Next slide, please. Therefore, the paper recommendation put to the Joint Assembly is simply asking you to comment on the outlined business case as presented, and to assess whether, in your view, it supports the Officer recommendation of a modified Scenario 1, as described in Section 5, as the preferred option to achieve the scheme objectives whilst responding to the consultation feedback that you saw in June. And there's a series of technical reports appended to the paper, the headlines of which are all in the interim outlined business case, and a series of technical assessments and papers appended to that. And I draw your particular attention to the Equalities Impact Assessment, which is summarised in the paper, but broadly finds that there is a positive equalities impact of investment in buses and sustainable travel, and that the do-nothing option has negative equalities impacts for the corresponding reason. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lynn.
Sorry, I meant to say no STZ, not do nothing.
Right. Thank you very much, Lynn. Now, I'd like to move into the next stage of dealing with this item. First of all, I hope on behalf of all members, like to thank officers for the enormous amount of work that lies behind what Lynn has just presented. It involves not just Lynn, but many others, and is extraordinarily detailed and goes back over a long period of time. I'd like to take stock of where we are in the overall process. After considering the consultation responses, we as an Assembly had called for an exploration of ways of responding to the concerns that had been expressed by making changes to the original proposals, while still trying to meet our original goals. After discussing the different variables over our last two meetings, we had asked the board to focus on a scheme which brought together elements of what were options 1 and 2. The board supported that, and what officers have brought before us today corresponds broadly to what had been requested. So we're at the stage of the discussion where it will need to be decided what the Assembly and the board are feeling about the results of this period of exploration. Now, it's an important stage of the discussion because we know that significant process on a matter like this is not feasible unless most of us move together in step across the three councils which constitute our three partners, and also with the support of our external partners. So normally we would have expected to move straight into a detailed discussion now based on the recommended scheme that Lynn has described. But over the last week, there have been reports from the media and elsewhere that the political landscape around this may have changed. So I think it would be helpful initially if we tried to understand that bigger picture. So before I do anything else, I would intend to go round the room to ask each member of the Assembly whether you have come ready and able to engage in the discussion on the recommendation in the agenda papers, or whether that has changed. And it would be really helpful, as I go around the room, if you spoke primarily to your own situation, not trying to respond to other people's situation. I think that really tackling this question is an important precursor to whatever we go and talk about next, because without it, we're going to end up talking at kind of different levels to each other, from each other, some at levels of detail and questioning, and others are unable or not willing to engage. So I'm going to go around the room by, I'm sorry, I'm speaking. I'm going around the room by council and then for the external representatives. And I would like to start by asking, I'm sorry, I'm talking, Heather, but I am coming to you first of all. I'm coming to you first of all, Heather, and asking whether you would like to tell us where you currently stand as far as speaking about the detailed proposals, or whether that's something that you would not prefer to do.
Trying to clarify what you mean by equipped. Surely if we've read the report, then we are equipped. I don't understand what you're seeking to ascertain here.
I don't think I referred to the word equipped, but I'm saying ready and willing to talk about the detailed proposal, or whether something's changed and that for you is not possible. So I'm not trying to constrain anyone, but I would like to start with you, Heather, and ask where you currently are on this, please.
Well, I do feel equipped to take part in the debate. As we've been told earlier, no decision has yet been taken. The board has not decided. Therefore, it is this Assembly's duty to go through process, because otherwise the board could change their mind come the meeting. They could support it and we would have had no input. And I think that'd be a dereliction of our duty. So yes, I'm happy to discuss this paper, Chair.
Thanks very much, Heather. Sticking with the South Cambridgeshire representatives, I'd like to go to Paul Beerpark.
Thank you, Chair. I think the situation has changed, so I don't feel able to discuss the proposals today, but I would like to make a statement from Councillor Bridget Smith on this topic.
Just been invited to, and you've just done so, Heather, so please stop interrupting other people and let the councillor I've asked respond.
There continue to be some concerns around the proposals to tackle congestion and fund bus services in Greater Cambridge. Further work is urgently required in order to strengthen public support and understanding. This will provide the opportunity to continue work with partners at the CPCA, neighbouring councils and central government on plans for the significant improvements to public transport and active travel that the consultation responses clearly called for. Additionally, the long-term sources of revenue required for sustainable public transport system requires further interrogation to improve public confidence. Now is certainly not the time for inaction. What has been done through the STZ consultation is a very significant step in our collective journey to find a fair and equitable answer to the pressing problems of congestion, air quality, and climate change. We need to continue to work at pace to move forward to a solution that does not shy from the challenges, but that attracts greater public support. In order to develop this work, we need to fully understand the implications and risks posed by not going ahead with the STZ, so that these can be addressed in the design. The consultation responses have shown us how important a bus service is and how many people feel let down by the lack of government investment in public transport. The continued loss of bus routes cuts people off in our villages, particularly young people whose choice of school and college is limited by the lack of regular rural bus service, and those without cars whose job opportunities are similarly restricted. What has emerged since the consultation began is how important it is for local authorities to have greater control over the services provided by bus operators. And we support the priority being placed by the CPCA on the outline business case for bus franchising. In the meantime, we must accelerate work on walking and cycling, road prioritisation, an extensive greenways network, sustainable solutions to last mile deliveries, and the integrated parking strategy.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Chair.
Next to Annika Osborne, also from South Cambridgeshire.
Thank you, Chair. My position is the same as stated as Councillor Bear Park.
County Council, Graham Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. So I represent the Liberal Democrat group along with Claire Daunton. I think officers have done a very good job of listening to and considering all the feedback received from the consultation and polling. If we were to go ahead, option 1A, possibly with some minor changes, is a significant improvement on the option consulted on. However, the Liberal Democrat County Group hasn't yet formed an opinion on the new proposals, but we do already know that the proposals on the Sustainable Travel Zone do not have sufficient political support to pass through their next stages. We need to heed the very clear messages from the consultation on the need for better public transport and work with partners at the Combined Authority, the constituent councils and the government on a long-term vision and stable funding for those urgently needed improvements. I would support what Linda said, and I would like to see the Greater Cambridge Partnership continue very close working with the Combined Authority on bus reform and see further work on what flexibility the GCP has in forward funding improved bus services in anticipation of the Combined Authority taking on a much greater role in the running and management of those services, either via franchising or an enhanced partnership. It's very important that county councillors have the time to properly debate and scrutinise the best way forward in the light of the responses to the public consultation. We will continue to do that conscientiously and in a constructive manner. As a ruling administration, of which the Liberal Democrats are part, we remain committed to working together with the Council and with partner organisations to achieve the objective of better public transport in a way that attracts public support. Within this Assembly, we are a scrutiny group, not a decision-making group. And based on the feedback I've received, I don't think that today we can recommend any option for a sustainable travel zone. Instead, I'd like officers to spell out clearly the consequences of not proceeding so that the Executive Board are fully aware when they make their decisions on the way forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Graham. Claire Daunton.
Thank you, Tim. I'd like to start by thanking the officers for their amazing hard work, professionalism, and remarkable resilience. We have a brief from the consultation, from the many thousands of people who responded to the consultation, to work on an improvement to public transport. And we must take that as our mandate, and I feel that very strongly as a bus user myself. We asked officers to work up some scenarios, and we're due to have our detailed discussions on this morning. But local political circumstances have, as we heard, indicated that this discussion will probably not make any headway today. Moving forward, I want us to have a can-do, not a no-do approach to working together, members of the GCP and the CPCA, to progress a better, fairer robust public transport offering for this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Neil Shaler.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to thank officers for this latest iteration. The detail is incredible, and I would urge members of the public to go through it. The detail is absolutely incredible. As this is an ongoing process, I am ready to continue to engage and play a role. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Neil. Now going to the City Council, Katie Thornborough, would you like to say?
I'd like to thank the officers for all their hard work and actually following up on all the things that us as members of this committee have asked you over years. I think it's really important that politicians understand the situation that we've got ourselves into and take responsibility. We are collectively part of this. We are asking the officers to do things, and I think it's really unfair that the GCP officers are doing what we collectively have always asked you to do, and you've done it in an extremely professional manner. The outcome is for us to focus on and how we go forward. And we are absolutely committed to proceeding to look for a solution to tackle climate change, to reduce congestion and look for a positive future going forward. But the situation is we are in the position where we cannot consider scenario 1A because there is not the collective support in this committee. But we want to look at all options to find the funding to support a way forward, but also to look at how to actually make space on the roads as well. So we will, but also we feel that there is an immense urgency, and we will do everything we can to work week by week, month by month, to try and resolve this as quickly as possible. We recognise that we will never have a solution that everybody is happy with, and we are prepared to take difficult decisions and make so that we can go forward in the future.
Thank you, Katie. Simon Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just refer to the origins of the City deal. It was established by a Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition government. They saw the need at the time to transform the transport system for the Cambridge sub-region to facilitate the growth of the sub-region. And subsequent Conservative governments have continued to support the delivery body, the GCP, to progress a sustainable transport scheme. And when it came to the moment when the STZ was put forward as the prime solution to basically reducing traffic on the roads and replacing it with a sustainable transport system and a bus network that could serve the whole region, local Conservatives came out in strong opposition and have continued to do so. And they broke the consensus that was needed for this to be delivered. So let's be very clear, this is the Conservatives who have broken the coalition that was needed, the consensus was needed to deliver all the things that people here today have been pleading us to do. Let's be clear about that. And that has forced the South Cambs Liberal Democrats into a very difficult position, because within the partnership, they have now broken the consensus that's needed by the 3 local authorities to approve that sustainable transport system for Greater Cambridge. And it was their 2 parliamentary candidates for the South Cambs constituencies who convened the meeting, where South Cambs Liberal Democrats voted 18 for and 14 against a resolution that the revised proposals for the SDZ would not be in the local and national political interests of the Liberal Democrats. This has been a party political decision, not one made on matters of principle. The scheme therefore falls due to 18 people putting party interest in front of the future transport system needed to meet locally determined housing needs, reduce congestion, promote better health through cleaner air, safer walking and cycling, and give people without cars access to education, training, work and leisure. I first became strongly committed to this work when my colleague, Councillor Anna Smith, told me a conversation that she'd had with a head teacher in a school in Camborne, that school leavers could not get access to the vocational training of their choice because they couldn't afford the buses and it was so unreliable to get them to college. And when Stagecoach withdrew services from towns in the Fens like Chatteris, young people couldn't get to FE colleges and sixth form colleges in Cambridge, and without the mayoral precept and the work of the mayor, Chatteris would not have a bus service at all. So what makes these Liberal Democrat parliamentary candidates so entitled they can abandon a scheme without telling residents they will put the local plan at risk, where failure would trigger a speculator's free-for-all to develop housing across their South Cambs villages, without telling residents how they're going to find an alternative source of recurring funding required to ensure the villages where their residents live have bus services to meet their needs and not the needs of private enterprise just for profit. Without telling residents why they're so entitled, they're not going to consider any other options until after the general election. Without telling residents this position puts in jeopardy the ability of the Greater Cambridge Partnership to pass the City Deal Gateway Review, which, if approved, would provide £200 million for investment in greenways, cycle routes and busways for South Cambs to the city. Without telling residents why this position brings into question the cases for building dedicated busways to serve their communities, because there'll be no money to subsidise frequent bus services on them with extended operating hours and low-cost fares. Certainly no money to provide for their maintenance. And without telling residents that this position will break trust with civil servants, they do have in Greater Cambridge to deliver future central funded investment in the area. Without telling residents how they're going to deliver their zero carbon targets, when transport in Greater Cambridge accounts for 33% of CO2 emissions, and the consequences of their resolution as a recipe for continuing growth and traffic and emissions, without telling Cambridge residents why it's okay to dump more traffic, more congestion and more pollution on our city and put our residents' health at risk and increase premature deaths and deny them high-quality bus services. Is it because they believe their parliamentary ambitions are more important than any of the above? You have no plan for the people you are seeking to serve as their MPs. If this is the damage you can inflict, then voters might ponder what harm you can do if you're elected to Parliament. I'll answer the question. I'll answer the question.
Sorry, I thought you said you had...
I'll answer it now. Let me say, is in this position, we need the consensus to proceed to consider this, but I'm afraid we haven't got that consensus, and we see little point in discussing it.
Thanks, Simon. So you've heard from two of the City Council representatives in the Assembly, and I'm the third, and speaking not as chair at this point, but I will share my my view and about where I am and where we are. The proposal on the table was one that was requested by almost all of us. It wasn't yet perfect. It was a step forward in a process, and in response to the public consultation, it was actually much changed from what was proposed last year. It definitely needed the attention of scrutiny, and I came along, all other things being equal, with the intent to participate in that scrutiny. I can't be other than honest at this point and say that I am disappointed by my South Cambs colleagues' decision, but it is a council separate from my own and with the public that they are accountable for. It's a decision they're entitled to take. But because all three councils do need to move together or not at all, their decision does affect where we all end up having to stand. In my view, the matter we're dealing with is critical to our city and surrounding area in all sorts of ways. My Lib Dem City Council colleagues are keen not to lose momentum in reducing congestion and improving public transport, both together, because often people like to talk about only one of them, but only doing both works. As the challenges are only going to get more severe. The challenges are still likely to seek from us all changes in our travel behaviours in some way, whatever those measures are that we might come up with in the future, and those will still be difficult decisions. We are obviously keen to continue work on this further with colleagues and across politics, and to seek solutions that are real and practical and are based on good evidence and are fair. But I would like to enter the additional statement that I think we do need to find a way of moving beyond making promises and talking about this to a productive result. I'm all in favour of deliberation. I'm doing this job as chair, but I absolutely get the frustration on the part of members of the public that the talking perhaps needs to stop and the action needs to start, and that needs to be sometime quite soon. I would now like to go to the other members of the Assembly, and it's very important that we also hear from them. Christopher Walkinshaw.
Chair, thank you very much. To answer your question, I'll try and keep this brief. I too arrived here ready to discuss and further the proposals that have come forward. A huge amount of work has gone in, and I'm very glad that that has been reflected by everyone. I think, though, we must also reflect that democracy is important, and we see that that works in many levels, including at the political level, but also through the consultation process. And we've had a huge amount of engagement from members of the public, and particularly today we had some great questions and points made which reinforce the point that many people have made around the table, that this is a complex but very important topic that we need to find a way forward. Probably if you round up the families involved, it's close on 1 million people who rely on this area for their mortgages to be paid, for food in their mouths, and for their careers and opportunities and aspirations. It will be difficult. It has been difficult thus far, and I'm sure it will continue to be, but we must find a way forwards. I understand that that might not be today, but we must find the right route where we can come up with a solution which works for the area. Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher. Claire Ruskin.
No.
It's a technical system. Cambridge is one of the leading places in the world, but not always with the immediate IT. I won't go over the things I've just said. There isn't a decision to be made today, but we are embroiled in a very important conversation. I think it has been propelled by a political party that nationally found a way to get votes, and the other parties have had to follow. A downward spiral led by those who can shout the negatives loudest. It's not about bold leadership to do the right thing. There is a plausible story about us not needing to do anything much, but it's a pretty lazy story, I think. GCP has got a long way with the discussion, and I'm disappointed to have stopped the conversation for today here, if we do that. I don't at all feel I've wasted the time, because we have to bring proposals to generate thinking and a way forward. Cambridge is still growing very fast. It will become more congested and more polluted as it does so. The inequality is more likely to grow than diminish if we take the easier decision to do nothing. So I hope that in all the lengthy consultations and discussions will help people stop, think, use their private cars less in order to help people on buses and on the streets travel more effectively. I would support the Making Connections work going forward. However, I realise that I only have a voice, not a vote, and probably now not a winning vote. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. I'm now going to Helen Valentine.
Answering your original question, I am ready and willing to talk about option 1A, which I broadly support. I recognise, however, that that is unlikely today. I have been involved in the GCP Assembly for 7 years since the beginning. I have been proud to be involved until now. Today, I feel ashamed that it appears that short-term, opportunistic party politics will scupper the hard work of a talented team of officers and the goodwill of politicians of all parties directly involved in the GCP sitting around this table. This is the single most important piece of the jigsaw in improving air quality, reducing congestion, and improving sustainable travel in Cambridge. I think that option 1A is a serious, thoughtful, and genuine response to the consultation responses and would have addressed most of the issues raised. There is no magic alternative source of revenue to improve buses, and even if there were, they would travel along congested and polluted roads. Without funds from the STZ, cycle lanes, pavements, air quality, and congestion will all continue to deteriorate. As we have heard, many people will be disappointed if we do not proceed and will accuse us of lacking leadership. I continue to support the revised scheme and urge the board to show leadership and put aside short-term political considerations for the long-term benefit of the City of Cambridge and its people. We are failing our city if we do not deliver on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Kristen Ann Rutter.
Thank you. I think my comments will echo much of what has been said already. I think that the challenges we face around congestion, inequality and the lack of public transport have been well articulated, including by some of the questions that have been put forward today. And we were tasked as GCP with solving those and addressing them. And as it's already pointed out, the STZ was a substantial and critical part of that. I think the process that has been followed and that I've been part of has been necessarily long. It has taken public resources, but those resources have been used to consult and get people's opinions and views along the way. And I think I've seen this Assembly have good debates and trying to take into account that feedback that has been received. And I think the proposals, which we're not going to have a chance to get to debate today, were again, I thank officers for the work that they've done on, again, trying to respond and take into account the feedback of this group, as well as the public questions that we've had along the way. And I am equally worried and anxious about the future not for myself as a resident in the city, but also certainly for the constituents I represent on the biomedical campus. The number of trips, what came out in this consultation was the importance of accessing healthcare, and the challenge of congestion and lack of transport to the campus is already apparent, and people will continue to struggle to be able to access it as freely as they need. And this was part of making sure that everybody could do that. And I haven't seen, I've not been part of GCP for as long as others in this room, but I haven't seen any other, people say there are alternatives, but I haven't seen presented a sort of viable alternative that addresses the funding and congestion challenge that's been brought forward.
Thank you, Kristen Ann. And Karen Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to start by also adding my thanks and acknowledge the professionalism and all the work of the GCP executive, who've been working hard on behalf of all the GC partner organisations who are represented here in the room today. They've led a rigorous process over many years with extensive consultation, exploring different options to address the transport challenges that we face, consulting on these and sifting these to try and find a consensus. At the June meeting, Chair, when you asked us what stood out from the consultation responses, I commented that it was the levels of support from the younger age groups for the STZ proposals, and then made the comment that we need to think about the future and that we are creating for this generation. And several of the public comments today have also highlighted these issues. I think that everyone agrees that urgent action is needed and that the status quo is not sustainable. We cannot do nothing if the city and region is to meet its net zero ambitions and if we are to address the challenges the city faces in relation to air pollution, congestion and inequalities. We must be able to work together to find a solution to these challenges that we face, thinking of this next generation and the future that we are creating for them. We have to find a way to deliver the much more effective and sustainable transport system which the people who live and work in the city region have clearly indicated that they want to see. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. I was also prepared to scrutinise the proposals on the table today, but if these aren't supported politically, we must regroup quickly to find an effective way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. And you were the last of the round the table tour. What we have heard is that a majority of the elected council representatives believe that this is not something that can be pursued in detail today, as was originally envisaged, and so I think that that's been conceded by the non-elected people as well, that there needs to be the provision of a political consensus before this is a workable thing to pursue. So I'm going to suggest that we don't proceed with that scrutiny, and I have one further suggestion to make, but I'd quickly like to hear from you, Heather, again, if you want to say something.
Yes, Chair. I'd like to move and propose that we do debate and scrutinise. As I said, no decision has been made by the board yet, so we wouldn't be scrutinising a board paper. So I propose that we do debate and scrutinise, potentially after a short adjournment for emotions to settle.
I don't think there's a need for your suggestion, because I was going to ask for the Assembly's support for the contrary. So you'll be able to vote accordingly, I think. Neil?
Yes. I was going to second that suggestion, or we could take a vote amongst the members as to whether we can have some form of debate here today.
It's quite annoying you can't see the light from the side. Okay, well, I'd first like to, well, I will go ahead because I think what I'm proposing meets your need to discuss that. So I'm proposing that we move on, that we report to the board the situation that we've heard around the table, and that that collectively we believe that we need a reset of the political consensus via the board, before it's worth starting to scrutinise something which it's already clear doesn't have the consensus to happen. So could I ask if members of the Assembly would agree with that, please? Could you just show by hand that, please, at this point?
Sorry, I must have misunderstood that. The first round, you're asking if we could, if we were still prepared to engage. And I noticed that quite a few members actually gave detailed responses. I wonder, there are others of us who didn't give that kind of information. Is there an opportunity for us to do that now? I have a very small statement, actually.
Well, I've tried to keep this really fair by everyone having that chance, and I can see that the thing can spiral round and round when the real situation is staring us in the face. It's not a situation that I personally wanted, but I think I have to bow to the reality that we've heard, and I do think that as we have other items on the agenda, it would be logical to get on and do a good job on those. So I would like to ask the Assembly whether they would agree that we should move on and proceed without doing the scrutiny of a proposal that doesn't have political consensus. Could I ask to see who would agree with that, please? That we will move on without scrutinising this recommendation. So could I see those who would agree with that, please? We don't normally vote, but could you raise your hands, because this is a procedural matter. So, yes.
Clarify what you mean by move on. I think it would be helpful if you were moving on and asking officers to do something, then that would be helpful. If it was, we also have the opportunity to email officers with our concerns, that would also answer Neil's query, that he would have the opportunity to raise issues with officers, not for us to scrutinise options today, but at least officers would then be aware of what our questions were.
Yes, I mean move on without scrutiny of the proposal on the table. If there are some comments that people believe the board need to hear, then we can still talk about those. But I think we need to be clearly knowing what we're doing at all points in time. And so I'm trying to understand whether people would agree that we move off an attempt to scrutinise something at the moment. Is there agreement on that, please? I see pretty general support for that. So, okay, with that done, yes, indeed, there is the question about whether we have messages for the board, apart from describing what we have established here. I would like to suggest and pick up, I think, a point made by more than one person, that that this is not a final decision that we have made. We don't have that power anyway. The board has to take a final decision. And my concern is that they take it in a reflective way. And I would like to suggest that we ask officers, together with the officers of the 3 partner councils and the combined authority, to prepare a strategic assessment on the threats and opportunities of starting over again on congestion reduction and public transport improvement strategy, taking account of the variety of factors that can be impacted, other GCP projects, future funding, bus reform, the local plan, and there may be others too, and that they consider that report before a final decision is made on the future of making connections. And I wondered if there would be support for that as a request to the officers and to the board. Yeah, I'd like some feedback, please. Simon Smith.
Chair, can we just be clear that what we're doing now is formulating recommendations from the Joint Assembly to the board. So we're clear about that. So I've drafted some.
Well, so have I. So that's what I was.
You're the chair. But I think it's important that we do ask the question in the light of what's been said here today by members of the Assembly, that the GCP board establish whether there is a political consensus to progress the preferred option, as described in Section 5, to achieve scheme objectives whilst responding to consultation feedback. Because it's been said a week's long time in politics, and we never know that in the light of Bridget Smith's statement, which seemed to be extremely constructive and positive, we might have a change of heart from South Cambs. And I think once they've had the opportunity, and I think this is the other recommendation that I think there is already a consensus around, which is that the GCP receives advice on the implications and risks of not proceeding with revised scenario, which is in line with your proposition. In the light of that understanding and deep understanding of those implications, we may have a change of heart. I don't think we should just bin it straight off. Let's give people a chance to reflect and come to a more thoughtful and reasoned decision on that. I would also want to put forward a recommendation which means that we don't have this problem again, where the enormous amount of work that the professional team have put together is scuppered at the last moment. It's cost the public purse a lot of money to get to this point. And I too want to pay tribute to the professionalism of the team and an outstanding set of officers who've done an amazing amount of work and work incredibly long hours to get us to this point. We mustn't overlook that in all of this. So that the board seeks confirmation from the constituent partners. They remain committed to finding and supporting solutions to tackling congestion, securing better public transport and infrastructure, for safer walking and cycling, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and improving air quality as a high-level commitment in the GCP Gateway Review, which, if approved by government, could release £200 million of government funding. I think we're at a critical point here where consensus has been broken literally in months in front of the submission for that Gateway Review. That is not good optics for Greater Cambridge and our chances of success in passing through that review, and we need to repair that. And that the GCP is invited to prepare proposals for alternative sources of recurring revenue required to deliver a sustainable transport system. And I think there's also measures for demand management within that too. And that the GCP board is invited to reconfirm its commitment to allocate £50 million to support the transformation of the bus network. And the GCP board meet government ministers to report on the next steps and explore ways in which the government can support them and join in the required political consensus. So we must learn lessons from this and put in place mechanisms which mean that we don't fail. We are statesmen, not politicians looking at the next election, because there's always an election every year, which makes this impossible for people to not be quaking in their boots whether they're not going to be re-elected or not. We local politicians, we're minnows. It's not that big a deal. Let's just get a sense of perspective. This is much, much bigger than us as individual politicians. This is for the next generation. Thank you, Chair.
Simon. Yeah, I mean, just to react. I mean, the idea of asking for the board to check whether there is a consensus or not, and whether things have even moved on, seems to me a very logical thing that we would want to to ask. You're saying also avoid, ask them to reaffirm the high-level goals that we have been working to, and to work to seek alternative sources of funding and demand management measures. So, I mean, I believe that sits alongside what I was suggesting and would together make a lot of sense. I'm a bit wary about the trying to prescribe what is done with £50 million, because I think that probably requires quite a lot of judgment and context. And I would suggest that we left that out of what we tried to tell the board to do. But could other people who are indicating, I've got Heather first of all.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to start by saying that we heard from public speakers earlier about stress and anger. I think whichever side of the debate you're on, you're going to feel stressed and angered at this precise moment in time, because I know I do. We've had the old versus young argument, and I hear it, obviously, but there's a lot lower response rate from under 15s compared to the others. So I do think that when we're looking at this, we should sway more to the raw data than the percentages, in my view. I'd also like to say, in sort of a lessons to be learned going forward, that these are complex issues, and I'm somebody that has been consistent in my view. I appreciate people don't have to agree with me, but I have been consistent. And that doesn't mean that today is this joyous day for me if it goes the way it is, because, as you say, money's been spent, people have been torn and found it very challenging amongst communities as well. I would say, though, that this sort of narrative that's been built, that if you don't support an STZ, that means you don't want to see less congestion, you don't want to see improvements to public transport, and that you don't care about the environment or the next generation, is just simply wrong. I do. I care very much for the future of my 6-year-old daughter. She has, for me, given me a reason for a lot of the things, and the GCP will know some of the things I've said are on a very personal level. The hostility towards those who support it, those who are against it, has been immense and has been awful. It has stifled debate. It has led people to feel that they cannot safely express their view, or that they are welcome to express their view, and I have felt that. Thank you, my love. Cheeky panda, I have that brand as well. I have felt that in our meetings. So a plea that when going forward, to be open-minded and to consider the emotional impact of our decisions, not just data. We are human beings, whether you are pro or against. We have emotions, as I'm sorry to say I'm displaying right now. We are not made of stone. You may belong to a certain political party, but that does not mean the other does not care. It does not mean that you cannot show respect and listen and take their views on board. So I ask for a more respectful and open-minded debate going forward. Now there's been a change of view. I would also suggest that we look at how we conduct these meetings. And I reflect on what's been said about officers. I have been very uncomfortable that officers have had to front this, that they have had to go to the press and the radio and the interviews. Make no mistake, I appreciate we have colleagues here and we take advice for those people that are not politicians. But it is political decisions being made. You might not like it. You might say we're politicians or statesmen, and I'm somebody that obviously is not, I'm not trying to be either, really. I'm just trying to do the right thing for my residents, my family, and the community, and as I'm sure many councillors do. We certainly don't do it for the pay, because we don't get paid. But I do think that whatever happens going forward, politicians have to own it from the board. I have felt highly uncomfortable the way that officers have been trotted out excuse the pun, but like a bus for politicians to hide behind. And I think we should really reflect. If questions are asked by members of the public, they should be answered by decision makers, not by officers. And I think often actually we've seen public speakers asking us as a committee to respond, and yet I sit here making lots of notes of ways I'd like to respond, but never given the opportunity. And I think that has shown and created this disconnect, which needs to be resolved before anything else can happen. There will always be pros and cons to anything, STZ, not STZ. And I know you corrected yourself when you said do nothing, but it's just, in the foreword of the proposals, it was like do nothing is not an option. I think that there should be a real look at what we can do without introducing an STZ. And I don't feel that ever has been pursued. I've asked for it time and time again. And I think when you're doing things like consultation, you should have options on the table showing what can be done. And as was said earlier, a can-do attitude. You know, there's potentially £1 billion that this organisation will see. You can't tell me you can't do anything unless you bring in some extra charging. So a plea for more open-mindedness, more respect to people on all sides, and charging might not be the answer. Buses might not be the answer. Let's have a proper proposal so we can actually see what we would get for our money, because I don't think any of us can afford to waste any more money than has been already. While I agree that it shouldn't be an STZ, and I agree if they're going to pause, but I am concerned as well that we've not scrutinised these papers today, and yet we've heard there could be a change of mind, and as I said, a week's a long term in politics, and these papers, because of a decision that was made here today, will go forward to the board with no scrutiny from this committee, and I think that's fundamentally wrong. I didn't need either of them. Can you pass them down to Helen?
Thank you very much, Heather. Neil was indicating. You were, weren't you? If you don't have to.
No, very much. Thank you very much, Chair. And I would like to talk about what we could pass on to the board, even though we're not talking about the specifics in this case, and also address some of the things that have come from the public, if we don't address them directly. Yes, I'm frustrated. This process, we need to get things done. And quite a few people talked about the lack of knowledge in the public of the positive benefits. And so the debate is often about the more negative aspects of it. And of course, the comment about forward funding from the government. Yes, of course. We have plenty of evidence that if you spend £1 on public transport, you get 4 or 5 back to the economy. If only we had joined up thinking from the government, a little bit of strategic thought, perhaps. But I want to talk specifically about buses and the relationship. We must not continue to abandon our rural communities. There are households, as in the report, that have no choice but to spend a quarter or more of their income running a car. There's nothing left. Let's say it how it is. The current shrinking bus system, sadly, looks more and more like a means for appropriating public funds and fleecing the vulnerable. What we need is an expanded network in service of our communities, in service of our local and national economy, a system in service of the productive economy and for prosperity for our people into the future. Now, I know that the GCP and the CPCA are playing different roles, but they are interrelated. And what I want to ask is we must not lose this opportunity to turn this thing around. And so I think we need to do whatever we can to support the combined authorities' aims to completely overhaul our bus provision model. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm worried about this kind of going round in a cycle with sort of second goes and so on. I believe that we ought to draw this to a conclusion with the messages we want to send to the board. I think one was the strategic assessment from officers, the threats and opportunities of not proceeding with making connections. I think this is an important part of them, even if they're deciding to not proceed with it. I think that Simon has suggested to recheck what we've heard today. Is it right that there is no consensus to move forward as on the basis that we have been doing? Secondly, to seek a reaffirmation of the high-level goals that we've been working towards. And thirdly, to examine the alternative sources of funding and demand management. In a sense, it overlaps with the strategic assessment, threats and opportunities, but I think let's be explicit. Those are what I would propose to add to the message to the board. Katie, are you going to open some more things out?
Apologise for not putting my hand up early. I think the other thing this whole process has made me realise is that all the level of discussion and... Hello? Yes, I think another thing I've... Hello? 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 Yes. So another thing I've come to realise is that we've said this isn't a decision-making body. The GCP board makes a level of decision, but it's not actually the final decision-making body either. It goes on to another body, and this layer of discussion and debate and decision-making and recommendations, I think, is another part of the problem. And how are we going to make really difficult strategic decisions with the system we've got, which we can hardly understand, let alone find a way through? And I think I would really like a review of how this all works, so that when there is a democratic consensus, that it can proceed to a final, firm, positive outcome.
Yep, I'm personally happy to add that to the request, because I agree with it too. Is anyone really dissenting from that? No, I don't think they would. No.
Quick addition, I don't think your words, Tim, conveyed any sense of disappointment from 2/5 maybe of the people around the table.
I'm not ruling out the expression of disappointment. It seems that that is shared by the majority of members of the Assembly, and I think it would be appropriate. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the wording of the report is something that will happen after this meeting, and that's the sort of thing that I would certainly intend to reflect based on the views that have been shared. Simon?
So, Councillor Thornborough's point about the decision-making process and the complexity of it and the uncertainty that brings with it, and really amounts to a governance review, which of course, you know, the government is party to the original city deal and the governance arrangement, so that does actually lend further support to a meeting with government ministers about all of this. You know, I do really think the board needs to speak to government ministers about our situation, to clarify what we're doing and to give reassurance that we're still moving forward. I think that's got to be an important recommendation of this Assembly if there's consensus on that.
Happy with that. Kristen, I'm going to say this needs to be the last.
No problem. I'm trying to speak close to the microphone, as I was just encouraged. People are struggling to hear us, apparently. On that, supporting the point about the review of governance and decision-making that Katie, I would just refer back to also including Heather's point around the officers versus the elected assembly and how it's fronted up, and because this is collective us as GCP versus just the officers, etc. So I think Heather had some good points to make on that. That could be wrapped up into that we need to look at how we take decisions and how these bodies work.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris and Anne. No problem with that. And I think with that, we have the key messages back to the board, and I'll make sure they're relayed. We have another item to accomplish before lunch. The thing is that if I give you all a break, then that'll set us back still further. Okay, let's do 5 minutes, but really try and stick to that, because this is a substantial item we still have to deal with. So we'll reconvene at 1:45. Meeting to address item number 7, which is the Greater Cambridge Partnership Future Investment Strategy 3. So could everyone resume their places, please, and we will start. So the normal sequence of events here, we have some public questions which we'll take first, responses to those, presentation of the report, and then the Assembly debate. So could I start then with the public questions? The first is going to be asked by Sam Davis on behalf of Anthony Carpen. Sam, would you like to go ahead with 2 minutes?
Thank you, Chair, and apologies from Anthony for not being able to attend in person. Over the summer, I attended a number of Cambridge-based consultations on medium to large science tech park developments. These include Marshalls Airport, the Beehive Centre and Capital Park Fulbourn. Developers and their consultants all told me they were willing to meet with the GCP, CPCA and local councils to discuss cooperating on improving transport links to their sites and making financial contributions. Both the Grafton Centre and the Beehive Centre have submitted planning applications that are out for formal consultation. Mindful of the request to pause CSET and Foxton due to inflation-related pressures and the inevitable impact this is having on the BCR of the chosen and rejected projects, what conversations have GCP officers had with developers of medium and large developments in and around Cambridge in seeking financial contributions towards their transport plans? And what considerations have GCP officers made of any representations to reevaluate BCP calculations given inflation, in particular seeking Section 106 contributions for new transport infrastructure from developers seeking planning permission? Thank you.
Thanks, Sam, and I will come to that answer after the next 2 questioners. Jim Rickard is the next. 2 minutes, Mr. Rickard. Welcome.
My name, as you said, is Jim Rickard. I live in Great Shelford. You have the text of my question, so I won't take up time by reading it out word for word. Basically, I'm concerned that if the decision is taken to pause the expenditure of £160 million on the CSET busway, then the baby is thrown out with the bathwater and we don't get any improvements to the A1307 or to the congestion around the biomedical campus. So what I'd ask you specifically to consider is an element of what was Strategy 2 in the 2018 consultation, which was a bus-only road skirting the southeastern edge of the biomedical campus. I believe this spur road would be good value for money, and it would do 3 things. Firstly, it would enable buses from the A1307 Babram Road to directly access the central and the western parts of the campus, and that's the way the centre of gravity is moving, and of course to access Cambridge South Station. Secondly, it would provide a relief road for the buses that currently travel between the Rosie and the Addenbrooks bus station. And I'm speaking to you as a regular user of the City 7 bus route. I will spare you the details, but at peak times, the delays to that bus on that section of its route are absolutely chronic. And thirdly, there would be a compounding effect from those 2, where if there was better access from the A1307, if the buses, which is the 7 that I use, the A, the U and the 25 that use that bit of the road around the hospital ran better, That would, we hope, encourage more people to make the modal shift and come out of their cars. As you've said, congestion undermines the bus network. So in 10 seconds, please don't just flip from 160 million to 0. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. And the third questioner is James Littlewood.
Hello again. Three parts to my question. Similar to Jim, really, this is about the A1307, the CSETS Phase 2 scheme, and given the pressure on the budgets, why not revert to that 2017 scheme, which is £100 million cheaper and can deliver similar transport benefits and a higher BCR, rather than allocating no budget at all to improve journeys on that route, which you're still advising is one of the most important corridors into Cambridge. And related to that, what will happen if the GCP is not able to secure the £160 million, given that no budget allocation is being proposed? And on a slightly separate tack, your report refers to CSET's Phase 1 as being under construction. However, Phase 1 is several discrete projects, and at least one of these, which is the changes to the road layout at the Gog Farm Shop on the Gog Magog Hills, is still at the planning stages and could be halted in order to save funds. This scheme is opposed by our charity because we have an independent road safety report which identifies that the scheme would worsen road safety outside Wandlebury, as well as being harmful to ecology and landscape. So please will the Assembly consider withdrawing this scheme in order to save budget, save ecology and save the well-loved landscape of the Gog Magog Hills. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And I'm going to ask Rachel Stoppard to respond to those, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm actually going to respond to the first one and then pass the other two to my colleague Peter Blay. So Anthony Carpen's question asked by Councillor Sam Davis. As you're probably aware, the GCP works very closely with the planning authorities to ensure that appropriate financial contributions are sought from developers to make a contribution to our programme. As set out in the paper, the amount of total income from Section 106 contributions, we're currently estimating that that will be in the region of 187 million. And that's what the assumption is that we're making as we move forward. That's an increase of 66 million from the previous estimation. And we'll continue, as we say in the paper, to review those numbers as part of our yearly budget updates. Peter.
Good afternoon now. So in terms of Mr. Rickard's question, the GCP have delivered a number of projects around the 1307 corridor and will continue to do so. So Linton Greenway, Bartlow Roundabout, and indeed the Wandlebury Junction that's just been mentioned. So following Department for Transport guidance, the Executive Board has determined that the current Cambridge South East proposals represent the best solution for dealing with not just the current problem, but the future problems along that network. And that's the reason why, and the paper makes clear, that if the decision is to pause the scheme, then we will seek other funding opportunities available to ensure that that scheme is brought forward. Turning to James Littlewood's question, so I mean, as James is aware, I'd question both his costings and in terms of the benefits he's claiming, but that's an aside. Back in 2017, the local liaison forum asked the GCP to look at other alternatives for that corridor to better serve the villages. So rather than just come forward with proposals that supported commuters going to the campuses, that there would be proposals that included the villages. That went to public consultation and the public agreed. It came to this Assembly and this Assembly agreed, and it came to the board and the board agreed. So the request is not simply to revert to some hypothetical scheme. The request is to take this scheme back to 2017 and start again, to ignore everything that's happened in the meantime, at local liaison forum view, public view, Assembly view and board view, with the consequential impact on across the board. So it's quite a different, I think, question that's posed. Without funding, the scheme will not proceed, but the report makes clear we will seek alternative
sources of funding, and members will be well aware of conversations that are going around what Cambridge might look like in 2040 and beyond. The Wanderlby scheme actually is broadly supported by stakeholders. It directly deals with road safety concerns. Accident cluster site along that corridor is supported by county councillors, the Road Safety Authority. And it's currently in the planning process. So the planning responsible officers and members will take a view on the benefits of that scheme and whether it should be brought forward or not. And that's where it currently resides. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We then need to note the comment we received from member of one of our partner councils, County Councillor Susan van der Ven, which I'm told has been shared with the Joint Assembly and published online, but actually isn't on the list of questions that I've got here. So could it be confirmed that her comment is accessible? Maybe I've got a different version somewhere.
Chair, it's at the very back
Oh
of
God,
the
yes.
schedule.
Sorry, yes, I've got it now. Yep. So it's on the it's on the last page of the pack about public questions. So Councillor van der Ven has sent a comment in. She's not here, and we are invited, therefore, just to note it in our discussion. So I'm going to ask now. Who am I going to ask? Rachel, to present the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the third future investment strategy that we've produced over the course of the programme. And this paper is building on those previous future investment strategies, which has previously identified the criteria on which we should base funding decisions. Clearly, the timing of this review reflects the fact that external events are having an impact on the programme, most significantly the increase in inflation, which over and above the sort of levels of inflation that we're all aware of in terms of our personal lives, actually the levels that are affecting construction projects and the construction industry, and therefore the sort of infrastructure programme that we are responsible for is even more significant than that, and those issues are outlined in the paper. So therefore, we've had to do an exercise to think about the programme in that context, to prioritise which schemes should come forward, drawing on the previous prioritisation and objectives of the programme as mentioned. What that takes us to is, some difficult decisions. But as you would expect as Assembly members, that we would do that in a considered way, and it does reflect a number of months of work looking at how our programme best responds to the objectives that have previously been set for us by the board. The conclusion of that is that we need to pause a couple of schemes, one probably more significant than the other, and we've just been talking about it, which is the Cambridge South East Transport Scheme, originally designed to support the biomedical campus and link up with Granta Park and Babraham Research Campus, but as Peter just outlined, also to support the villages along that corridor to access jobs and education in Cambridge. The reasons for pausing that scheme and Foxton Travel Hub are set out in the report. It's not to say that they are not valid and do not meet the objectives of the City deal. They just both attract less partner contributions, actually as per the question that I answered earlier. Other schemes receive more developer contributions because of their direct link to homes in particular. These schemes don't currently do that, and therefore that's the basis of the decision that we are setting in front of you today for your comments. We do believe, because of the growth of jobs, particularly at the biomedical campus, that actually this scheme is in a good place to be considered for additional funding, and we would obviously welcome your views and consideration about how we should approach that, if you do indeed support our recommendation to pause these schemes. We're also suggesting that this programme in this way is kept under review, and therefore we would be bringing you an annual update on the point of the programme and any further decisions that you might need to take as part of our budget management annual report, which comes to you each springtime. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Rachel. So we need to talk about that. I highlight the actual points that we're asked to comment on at the top of page 385 in the pack. Are there any questions and points that people would like to raise?
There are many people who I understand why this is being paused by, but the connection to Granta Park is really important, and I know lots of people can cycle to the Babraham Institute, but getting beyond that, I think there have been improvements in cycling to the Babraham Institute, but beyond that to Granta Park is very difficult, and I think the active travel route to Granta Park really needs to be a focus. So if this CSET is being paused, is there an opportunity to look at the cycling route that is improved to Babraham and then going on to Granta Park as an option? And the other thing is that I am concerned about the number of people who travel in from Haverhill to work at Addenbrooke's is substantial, and anything to help them continue their route in if this is paused, I think we should be aware of and consider. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. I'll go back for a comment in a moment, but Heather first.
Thank you, Chair. One thing that thinking about and reading 3.3 is a reminder I probably should declare that I'm a planning committee member at South Cambs District Council. And I say that because it refers to sort of securing developers' contributions. One of the things I would say, which I don't know if all Assembly members are aware of, is that when CSET has been proposed in 106 and the like, we have requested it to be changed to or an alternative, equivalent thing. So it should be, give you some reassurance that if CSET was to not go ahead, the money is not going to be lost, because in 106, for anybody that doesn't sit on the planning committee, if the project doesn't go ahead and it's named, then the money falls away and you can't claim it. I don't know how many cases that's been, but I know we've definitely been requesting that, so it'd be worth finding out how much money. So then if alternatives are looked at, there is the funds for that. Peter's nodding, so I think I've not strayed too far into the depths of details so far. I do think, given on page 390, we can see that on the Cambridge South East Phase 2, the value for money and financial sustainable, I do think it would be worth looking at alternatives. I appreciate that there have been done in the past, but actually we find ourselves in the financial situation we are. So I think it's right that it should be paused. But I think we ought to use that time to not just find ways of doing what's already there. We could look at alternatives. The world sort of has changed somewhat. I think that's mainly was to remind myself to declare my interest and make it clear that there are potential funds available if an alternative goes ahead.
Thanks, Heather. So, on the back of what Heather's sort of saying, if officers could give us a view. I mean, the suggestion has been made that apart from or as well as pausing the CSET's project, that it should be broken open and out of a lesser sum of money, different things done. That's not what is being recommended here, and I can understand that is probably because there is nothing that's happened to stop what we've already agreed being a good scheme in total. And if there is a decent prospect of alternative funding, then why would we cannibalize it in advance? But I think it would be really useful to hear a bit more about why and how that project as a whole could obtain funding, because it seems to me a significant part of this decision is that this of all projects may be an attractive one for alternative funding requests. So I mean, it's allied to Heather's question, I think, perhaps from a different direction, but I think it still needs to be kind of explicit.
Thank you, Chair. So I mean, Katie's first, I think that would be a very sensible recommendation around the active travel that the Assembly might want to make to the board as part of pausing. Heather, absolutely right on Section 106. This attracts a very small, I'm not going to give the number out, but it's a very small amount of Section 106 at the moment, but we do work closely with planning colleagues, so the money will not be lost to public infrastructure generally. Look, I sort of see the attraction of saying, well, if we can't do this big to another scheme over £5 million, and in the context of inflation, £5 million doesn't buy you a great deal at the moment, then you are going through the business case process. So we're going to do a strategic case, we're doing an outline case, and we'll eventually do a full business case. We're going to consult at 2 or 3 stages of that. We're then going to explain actually why we're changing horses partway through a process. Now, I think there might come a point where that becomes a necessity. But what we're saying at the moment is, given the growth and the challenge Chris Nairn was talking in terms of the bimetal canvas generally, the growth that we know is coming, there needs to be a significant intervention. We think it's this. We are saying we don't have the money because of sort of inflationary issues. We want to pause and use that time to secure or to seek to secure other avenues. If that is not going to materialise, then clearly this Assembly and the board will want to take a different view. But I just think there should be a deal of hesitancy about just thinking we can just flip to something else because it feels attractive or it feels like the logical thing to do. We have very defined processes we're obliged to follow in terms of the city deal arrangement. Sorry, Chair, a long answer to a short question.
I'll just add. Can I just add to that? Because what this paper is also saying is that we are already showing that we are over-programming. So it's not that even taking this decision, do we have spare money in the programme. So to suggest that you spend on a smaller scheme would still cause us a problem, and probably particularly my colleague Tom Kelly, who's from finance at the County Council, who sort of oversees and gives us advice on our financing. You know, we still have an issue around over-programming. So even going to a cheaper scheme would not really, you know, pass the test of how we are managing our finances responsibly. So I did just want to sort of emphasise that point. In terms of, you know, where might you look for alternative funding? I mean, the first conversation to have is probably with government. You know, they give a grant with no recognition of inflationary uplift. So it does feel in the current climate where inflation, as I said earlier, is for construction projects is around, you know, 30 to 40%. It would feel a legitimate conversation to have back with government about the way in which the city deal is funded. In addition to that, the emerging local plan will probably need to consider additional sites to meet the pressures on jobs and homes that are being identified through the needs assessment, and therefore there may well be additional developer contributions that would then assist with this particular scheme. And the final thing I would say, you know, it's been referred to a couple of times already this morning, but Secretary of State Michael Gove recently announced plans to significantly increase the size of Cambridge, some 5 times what is in the emerging local plan. So clearly the government's desire for particularly you know, this area to be a centre for science globally would suggest that may need some additional funding to come forward on that basis, and therefore, you know, this scheme and the business case that sets out the way in which it does support the growth of life sciences at the various campuses that it links may well make it a good candidate for government funding.
Thank you, Rachel and Peter. I mean, certainly from my point of view, I found that those two answers quite helpful. We would then be talking about wanting to give a chance to the external funding approach before we revisited breaking open what we'd originally agreed on. So I've got Helen next and then Katie.
Yeah, in relation to the pausing of the CSET scheme, is it the case that the 15-metre wide corridor through the retirement village would still be maintained, so that if we unpause it in the future, we're not suddenly going to find that we're trying to go through some houses?
Okay, come back to that in a moment. And Katie.
Another thing I think should be considered is the impact of not having CSET coming into the biomedical campus. The Cambridge South Station is arriving in 18 months or less, and I believe there are known transport issues and movement issues on the biomedical campus that need to be resolved, and looking at what is coming or not coming for a major mass transit is really important. So I'm not really up to date with what is proposed at the biomedical campus, but if there's a delay on CSET, that needs to be taken into account, so that as the biomedical campus builds out, it's in the best possible place for moving around the campus and taking into account the number of people coming by the train.
Paul?
Yeah, just have a couple of questions about the increased income in section 2.6. So it talks about an increased income from developer contributions of 66 million from the previous estimate. Sorry, yes. So yeah, an increase of 66 million from the previous estimate of 121. So I'm just wanted to confirm that since the last future investment strategy estimate. Okay, thank you. And the other one is in terms of the estimate itself. So as I understand it, house prices are falling, house building costs are rising, therefore viability is falling, and I would have anticipated Section 106 contributions would therefore fall. So I'm surprised this is going up rather than down, but I'm sure there's an explanation for that.
Paul, so questions from Helen, Katie, and then Paul.
So in terms of Helen, it would be safeguarded, and actually more on that on the paper this afternoon. Katie, you're right about Cambridge South Station. The delay of CSET doesn't impact that, because CSET was always coming after the station. But there are conversations going on as to how we deal with Cambridge South, and David Allett from the county, who was there this morning, has just left, so I'll name check him. So we're in conversations with county colleagues and combined authority colleagues as to what that looks like. It's greater certainty over 106. In terms of the ability to count it, but that's clearly a challenge we've got. You know, are these things, is the ink dry? Is the ink about to go down on the paper? What's the realistic build-out program? And so the projections are going to continue to move around, and it is something that county colleagues rightly challenge us on, to say, actually, are your assumptions sound, and will that income come in the lifetime of the city deal? And if not, what's the consequence of doing that, and who's picking up the bill?
Thank you. Simon? Kristen Ann?
I think this discussion has highlighted why we need to get through the Gateway Review. It seems that every single scheme we've got is actually crucially important, and I think the CSET scheme is one of them. Claire has previously mentioned that Cambridge is a globally competitive city for science and technology, and if within Cambridge there is a centre for that, then it's the campuses that are along this route, and the biomedical park is one of them. Look, let's just get this to be clear about this, is that the UK now is in a disadvantaged position to attract inward foreign investment because of Brexit, but it does remain a leader in science. And if global companies are going to invest in the UK, then it's Cambridge they want to come to most of all. And as a result of that, we really do need to provide the infrastructure that's going to make it attractive to them, and the workers that they employ need to be able to access the park. So there are discussions now following Gove's intervention about how government can support the local planning authority in bringing forward the master planning, not just for the North East Cambridge site, but also for the biomedical park. And I think we now just need to place the future transport improvements in the context of those discussions alongside the GCP officers. And I think we need to make a very, very strong case for the additional funding so that the pause here isn't too long, and we're fit for purpose, we're fit for the investment that this country so desperately needs now.
Thank you. Kristen Ann.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to recommend to the board that we welcome this paper, because I think it's good that we think about our financial viability, but also that we make sure that the schemes that we do fund are fully funded and have every best chance of getting forward to success, including, as we've said on this assembly before, making sure there's adequate change management, comms, support for change or modal shifts, the softer things built around the schemes. If anything, this morning's discussion of how much we must make sure that the schemes we do back are not cut cornered. So first of all, I just welcome the forcing us to make choices and priorities, welcome the way that the prioritization has been done with very clear criteria. So that's the point. I then, declaring the conflicts of interest around leading on the Cambridge Life Science agenda and then also on the biomedical campus. I would also, everything's been said about how important this scheme is to those industries. Granta Park have also spoken to me specifically around how important this scheme was to them, particularly with Cambridge South Station coming actually, because they run buses from the station to currently from the centre of town to Granta Park, but they were going to, how they run them in future. And therefore, I just like to seek some assurance. I'm very happy to take the officer's recommendation that the first point of call is to look for alternative funding, which seems sensible to develop a foolproof scheme for the future, but seek some sort of assurances on timeline of that this isn't dropped and that this is still kept actively on finding a solution to the challenges in that southeast route. If we move first to alternative funding, then maybe, if necessity, consider alternatives. But it's not sort of, I could see how, given the agenda, so many other things could take on, that there is some maybe timeline and process laid out, and that this stays on. What are we doing about this corridor and how we deliver transport solutions to it?
Thank you very much, Kristen Ann. Could I ask if there's an officer comment on Simon's and Kristen Ann's?
I'm not sure there was a question in Councillor Smith's comment, actually, but yes, we will see the gateway as important and are already, working in that process, and we'll seek to make the case, but actually with partners. This isn't something that we would want to do by ourselves. I'm happy to include an update on progress on seeking those alternative funding options in your next meeting cycle in November. So, I need to report back to you to provide that reassurance as to what we are doing and what likelihood of success we are feeling by the time you get to your November meeting.
I feel that we've probably got enough here for some feedback to the board. I'm sensing that that the approach described in the report is one that commands support from the Assembly, but there are some additional points I think one would want to emphasise. One is the strategic importance of this project locally and nationally, and I think that's necessary that we underline, because it's not because it lacks those things, that it has found itself in this funding position, and that we would want to also emphasize the urgency and importance of the search for alternative funding, and we would like that update on progress that was referred to so that we can track that occurring. And I think of a different kind, it may be that we want to ask the board to pursue Katie's point about the possibility of pursuing some of the active travel components of the scheme, nevertheless. So unless anyone has an objection, I would add that in to what we asked the board to do. Is that a fair summary for people? Set the whole thing going again, Claire, but please do.
Quickly, I have had huge sympathy with the comments from the public questions and the petition, as I think many of us have. It was a good case put forward. However, I am actually satisfied by the answers that you've given now, so I would like to fully support the suggestions. We do have to take some decisions not to do things, sadly. I would love to find the money and a solution that didn't preclude going forward with the full CSET scheme, but that is a very difficult thing to do, we know, with the process that we've got, so I do support the paper we have.
Thank you very much, Claire. So I think we've reached the point of breaking for lunch, which is probably welcome to everyone after several hours. And I think we have half an hour, basically, so we should be starting our meeting at 2 o'clock, as planned. Thank you very much indeed. everyone. We need to resume our agenda after our lunch break. And that means turning to item 8 on that agenda, Cambridge South East Transport Scheme. We have public questions and an officer presentation and a report then to discuss. I'm going to start by asking for the public questioners, and the first of those is Stephen Partridge Hicks, who is a Sawston resident, and he will be followed by, in fact, James Littlewood asking a question on behalf of John Latham, who's chair of Hobson's Conduit Trust. So could Stephen Partridge Hicks? I can hear you. So
how's that?
Will James Littlewood stand ready to follow on?
James, is that
good? Thank you. Go ahead. You've got
Chair,
2
thank
minutes.
you. Now that the GCP has decided to pause CSET, how much money do you expect to spend to progress it to the stage where you can take it to Transport and Works Act order? Does it really make any sense to spend more money on a scheme where you don't have the funds, £160 million, to develop it further? Rather than continue to progress an unaffordable £160 million scheme and delay further improvements to the bus service from Haverhill, wouldn't you propose an alternative of, say, a small budget, let's say £250,000, to work up the alternatives? This alternative is based upon the GCP scheme of 2718, which involves a spur road into Addenbrooks and an associated bus lane along the 1307, and it'll cost about £100 million less than CSET. If any money is going to be spent on pursuing CSET, shouldn't you spend at least an equivalent amount working out the much cheaper alternative? This alternative doesn't require a Transport and Works Act order. It could be delivered so much more quickly for the benefit of the travelling public and all employers alike. Thank you.
Very much. And we will come back to that in a moment. And could James Littlewood now ask the question on behalf of John Latham?
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of Hobson's Conduit Trust. The trustees remain very concerned about the range of negative impacts that the proposed CSET scheme would have on Ninewells Local Nature Reserve and on Hobson's Brook, a chalk stream, including the 15-metre square concrete deck of the intrusive proposed bridge over the brook, creating a sterile, dark cavern. We have argued, among other things, for splitting the bridge into 2 and for the use of more sympathetic design and materials. We have made various other proposals to reduce the impact on Ninewells of the CSET scheme, but we do not yet see their inclusion. The CSET scheme threatens water vole and grey partridge habitat, and the drainage arrangements proposed is likely to bring quantities of salt from de-icing to pollute the pristine chalk stream. John notes the following on page 401, 1.19. A full statutory environmental impact assessment was completed. I am unable to locate this document on the GCP website or evidence that the full EIA has been completed. I am aware of an earlier EIA consultation, which was not the full statutory EIA. The trustees of Hobson's Conduit much prefer an alternative scheme in the A1307 corridor, which would deliver similar transport benefits, cost 100 million less, with much less impact on the environment. Importantly, the A1307 on-road alternative scheme would not involve building 3 massive concrete bridges with huge embedded CO2 over Hobson's Brook and the River Granta. In fact, the alternative would not pass anywhere adjacent to Ninewells and its surrounds, so would not impact water quality, wildlife or habitats, and would leave visitors undisturbed. Can you explain why your report does not refer to pursuing the alternative scheme? Thank you.
James, and I'm going to ask Peter Blake if he would address both of those 2 questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Partridge Hicks's question is quite similar to the question this morning from James Littlewood. So it's actually not a question of putting in a relatively small amount of money, whether 250k is small or not. Then it's actually about reverting to a point in 2017. and the consequential impact on that. And I think the Assembly discussed that at their session earlier this morning. Turning to John Latham's question, a near final EIA was published with the decision back in 2021. The final EIA, which has got no material differences, will be published in the next couple of days, and we'll make sure that is sent round. Officers continue in dialogue with the Trust to see what we can do around mitigating it. We've looked at splitting the structures and we can't do that, but we will continue to explore options around design and materials of anything we can do. The reason why we're not looking at alternatives is for the reasons that we've previously discussed. Thank you, Chair.
Peter, I then have indication that a member of one of our partner councils would like to address us, and that is City Councillor Sam Davis. Hi, Sam. You've got 3 minutes, if that would be okay, to raise your points.
Yep, absolutely okay. Thank you. In 2019, the Biomedical Campus Transport Needs Review was published. This was an exhaustive God, the feedback in here is really difficult. An exhaustive investigation into how the projected growth of the campus to 2031 could be achieved while maintaining vehicle trips to the site at levels equivalent to 2017, known as the target, or even reducing them to 10 to 15% below 2011 levels, the stretch target. The review quantified the reduction in trips which would be required, as shown in the extract. Now, I won't read the extract, but just to clarify one of the points that came up in discussion this morning, all of those trip reductions reflect the delivery of Cambridge South as well. So Cambridge South isn't going to make any difference to the numbers here. In fact, it's possible to argue it could make the situation worse without CSET, because anyone who wants to use Cambridge South as an outbound station will now have to drive there or find another means of accessing the site. So yes, the Transport Needs Review quantified contributions from a variety of schemes: Cambridge South, CSET Busway, the Autonomous Metro, and smaller schemes designed to encourage active and public transport in a variety of ways. The conclusions of the review emphasised it's critical that GCP schemes are kept to programme to address short-term continued highway traffic growth, mitigating negative impacts on campus operation and quality of life. On behalf of Queen Edith's residents, whose quality of life I obviously have an interest in, I would therefore like to ask officers, when they last revised their forecasts of the number of trips to the campus in the period to 2031, whether those forecasts reflect the possibility of the increased level of exemptions for trips to the hospital that was included in the revised STZ proposals presented today, assuming the STZ does go ahead. The postponement of the CSET project under discussion at the moment, and the delays in completing various small interventions identified in Appendices A and B, such as the wayfinding project, which started in June 21. Thirdly, how the revised forecasts correspond to the target and the stretch target. And finally, what implications the revised forecasts relative to the target and the stretch target should have for the growth of the biomedical campus to 2031.
Thank you, Sam. And I'm going to ask Peter Blake to respond.
Thank you, Chair. We haven't revised the forecast.
Sorry, you said that very quickly, Peter. Could you say it again?
We've not revised the forecast.
You've not revised the forecast?
No.
Is that a complete answer to Sam's question?
Well, there's a whole suppositions based on the revised forecast, so we haven't revised the forecast.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Fine, I will leave this for debate, which we will soon have. Could I ask for you, Peter, to present the report?
Thank you, Chair. So we've touched on this a number of times already. The board has previously approved the route alignment, approved the business case, approved the submission of a Transport and Works Act order. We subsequently had a planning issue with the retirement village. Paragraphs 1.2 outlined what you considered and the board agreed at the time, which there would be a targeted consultation to look at how we address the 30 to 40 metre realignment that was required. We've gone through that process. There was a preference for option 1 from the public, particularly in terms of it would reduce opportunities for infill, which was some feedback we got on option 2. There is no material difference technically or in business case terms for the 2 options, so there is no reason not to go with the public's view on option 1. And clearly we've been in discussions with the local planning authority, and there are now no planning issues that would preempt taking this decision forward. So ordinarily, if I refer to options and emerging recommendations in section 4, ordinarily I would be asking the board to say note consultation, note marginal realignment, progress to submission, request submission of Transport and Works Act order. However, as we've discussed with the FAS this morning, I've got bemused faces, so I'll try and deal with that through questions. If the decision is to pause this scheme, the decision I would ask the board to take is to note the consultation, to agree the realignment, to agree that this scheme is now in a position to be submitted, but not to submit to pause. Hopefully that was clear, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. So we have to consider this now, and I just would like to highlight to members that although some of the questions are attracting us to the full alignment of this project, the actual agenda item is raising and dealing with the small deviation that is required because of the retirement village in Stapleford. And I mean, we've generously allowed the questions to be put from the public, even though they're not focused on that point. You could argue that they were not on the agenda, but we are talking about the scheme, so it's up to members whether they believe that this report and those questions would result in having a different view from what the scheme consists of in total, which was last taken in 2021 by us and the board. So could I hear whether members have questions or views on this, please? Oops, sorry. Heather, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I first of all ask a question, then I have a comment. Just on the questions about forecasts, is there a reason why they haven't been revised?
The forecast question related to the biomedical campus and all of the aspects required for that. We did a specific piece of work, actually, I think the request of the Assembly to update in very broad terms what the requirements are, to outline what the planned growth would be, and then consider all of the scheme interventions. So all schemes, not specifically Cambridge South East. So we have that piece of work, that body of work that was quoted by the councillor exists and points to a strategic narrative around the biomedical campus site.
Okay, thank you. I just thought, 'cause the answer was obviously very brief, just to be helpful to sort of understand why the answer was the way it was. Obviously, I've not felt that the route is the correct route. In the previously, I don't change my mind on that. But given that we're only looking at the slight change there is in front of us. I'm mindful for that when I speak today. So although not happy of the route as a whole, the change is very minor in what's put in front of us. I would like to clarify around the question that Helen asked earlier about the land and the corridor and its planning protections. In a way, obviously, that I don't predetermine myself of any applications came in there. So normally, in order to take into account existing projects, there would need to be a planning application in place in order for us to sort of give it significant weight. So just some clarification around the planning status of that corridor, which I think would back up what Helen was saying on the previous item. I do understand that this is a financial decision and financial question as opposed to sort of the route alignment and where things are at. And I don't wish to drag out sort of earlier conversations, but I do wonder on the sort of lessons learned from that, whether it would be sensible and prudent to look at the alternative, again, have it sort of running as some sort of option. So if you don't get the money for this, even though I think it's the wrong thing, I appreciate it's going to have the majority support today, that there is some sort of plan B in place that's already started. Because otherwise it feels like then there's a complete crash. And obviously, when we've had that with the other projects, would it not be sensible to sort of have some alternative that may not be to the extent of where we're at with this, but some sort of plan B in case the funds cannot be found? Otherwise, we're just potentially going to end up in the same situation as we were on the previous item, where if that one single thing doesn't work, we've got nothing.
Thanks, Heather. Peter, do you want to take that?
Please, I didn't write the down so I can do it whilst in my head. So I mean, we have touched on the sort of plan B option, and I gave a view in terms of the requirements of a plan B. Statutory authority is developing an infrastructure scheme and has got a proposal. The bit about the material consideration is very important. The further down the process you are, the more of a material consideration it is. It's slightly different to a planning application per se, because they take so long in development. But by and large, when you get to the position where you can formally submit a Transport and Works Act order, it carries an awful lot of power. We've been advised by planning colleagues on this, local planning authority colleagues, so they're entirely comfortable with the approach. They are saying there are no planning considerations that we need to deal with other than to progress this. Having an option B, a plan B at the same time, I think just feels odd in terms of if we are going to apply to the Secretary of State for a mini Act of Parliament and then say, well, actually, there might be something else on another route. There's a process that we need to go through that we discussed this morning about a pause and then how long do you give it, but they should be conscious, open, transparent, democratic decisions, and then decision makers decide on whether you move from plan A to B or A to C. It's all done in a very open way, and people, not least landowners, local communities absolutely understand where they are. So, but certainly from the planning side, local planning authorities are entirely content. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Other contributions? Katie, is there anyone else wanting to speak on this? And Simon. Katie first.
Can you hear me? Okay. Not really. I think so.
Where am I?
Is that better? Oh, yes, okay. I think I'd quite like to know about what are the implications of the length of the pause. I think a 6-month pause would be easier to pick up and run, but if it's 18 months pause and we've got the South Cambridge Station operating, I think that without CSET, there's real implications on what will happen with the traffic in and movement in around the biomedical campus. And the other thing it's really good we have a representative from that biomedical campus. What about do we know what the people working at Granta Park and the Babraham Institute, I don't know whether Christian Anne actually represents them as well, but there will be pressures on them about how people working there travel to and from those locations. And they would have made some plans in accordance with the proposal we had before. And if it's being paused, how do they feel about that? And what are their own plans going forward in the short term and in the long term? Thanks.
You, Katie. And who else did I say? Kristen Ann. And Simon, sorry. I said Simon.
I would hesitate to say I represent them, but certainly work very closely with them in the role of coordinating life sciences. And they are concerned, as you say, about the impact of this and are ready to stand behind efforts to try and get additional funding to support a transport solution. And so that's just in answer directly to your question. Also wanted just to highlight that the growth projections were slightly changed and updated in the updated needs review that GCP actually carried out in 2022. So there was a slight refresh in 2022, not majorly, but it was slightly refreshed from the 2017-18 numbers that I just confirmed that the demand was looked at as well as the mitigations at that point. And my question actually, Peter, is how long, what's the implication? How does this become outdated? All the work that you've gone to this point, you talk about a process of 5 years. How long is it sort of valid for? That's a non-technical term, but I think you understand what I'm getting at.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. And now I'll take Simon and then come to Peter.
Yes, thank you. I mean, this goes back to our discussion about the impact of pausing this scheme and how we might promote it with government in these discussions around their support for the development of this site, and I think by implication the access arrangements to it. And so I think that updating the forecasts in the light of the various the changed circumstances, including future developments on the site. There's new hospitals coming forward and the new stations opening and so on. So there's a lot of change going on here. I think if all that evidence is prepared, it may well help inform the case for the funding from government to bring forward the early delivery of this scheme. So I do think we need to invest seriously in developing the case, so we have a very strong narrative to put to government when those discussions commence.
Thank you, Simon. Peter, those are three from Katie, Kristen Ann and Simon.
So I think, Katie and Kristen Ann's point earlier on actually I think were the same thing. This doesn't get put in a drawer and forgotten about, not least because it will be reported in the quarterly progress report every time we come back to you. So there will need to be a clear programme for how the pause is managed, and then what time the pause becomes over and what do you do with it next, which leads me to Kristen Ann's question. There's no definitive time period, but if once you start straying beyond around 18 months, then I think there are legitimate questions to be asked around both the data but also consultation. And so I think if we got to that point or coming up to that point, then I think that would be the sort of a clear timeline, certainly in my head. Simon, absolutely right about building the case. And again, there's lots of data that show that that demonstrate different things. The issue around the campus site per se, as I say, is not just a Cambridge South East issue, albeit Cambridge South East and Cambridge South and Park and Ride on Junction Levy, you do with them all, there's still a deficit in terms of what we need to manage traffic and transport around there. So I think that would very much lean in, that wider case would very much lead in to making the case to government or others around the need for investment along this particular corridor. And then, sorry, and just finally then going back to the 18 months, and we might decide, that at the 18-month period, you do then want a refresh of the biomedical numbers in detail, rather than just a reassignment, to say what are these numbers as of today, what has been the impact of, or is still projected to be the impact of Cambridge South Station, and then what do we do next? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Actually, it's been a very interesting continuation of the discussion about the item before lunch, which enriches that, I think, and makes those points even more profoundly. But actually, no one has referred to the main part of the report about the change in the routes, which is the reason this report was there. So I kind of assume that, oh, Heather did. It's absolutely true. Heather, you did. Well, that's definitely not true. So I'm interested to know whether there are any views further than Heather's about the proposed route in this small section around the retirement village, because that, I think, is the original request to us. I'm hearing none, so I'm assuming that we are content with the recommendation that the board will receive. Okay, and I think beyond that, I will cross-fertilise the feedback on the last item with some of the further points that have been made about what happens during the pause and the need to keep track of the length of it so that we don't weaken our position. So with that, I'm going to move on to the next item, and thank you for contributions. And just to find the right pieces of paper, which at the moment completely elude me. Okay, I'll borrow someone else's. Right, so we're now on to item 9, which is the Better Public Transport Waterbeach to Cambridge and Waterbeach Greenway, and that's on page 408 in your pack. We have three public questions on this, which we will take at the beginning, and Peter will ultimately present the report. So for the questions, good gracious me, James Littlewood again. So James first, and then Josh Grantham from the Milton Cycling Campaign to line up after that. And then Josh Grantham on behalf of CamCycle. So people are piggybacking on each other all over the place. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. There are no traffic lights or roundabouts on the section of A10 between Waterbeach and Milton Park and Ride. So Bus Road has no real advantage compared to a bus lane in terms of journey times and reliability. So please can you direct us to the evidence that shows that the option of providing bus lanes to bypass any queuing traffic has been considered, and a comparison of the costs and the benefits of such an option compared to that of spending £110 million on a scheme through Open Countryside. The recommended location for the Park and Ride is on a site that has hidden archaeology. The Historic Environment team at Cambridgeshire County Council have advised me that the area proposed for the Park and Ride is a Roman settlement and with enclosures and roads. There's no mention of this constraint in the report. Please can you say whether there will be any archaeological damage caused by building a Park and Ride in this location? And finally, the consultation material for the route option did not include any information about the likely ecological impacts of the two options. and therefore any responses were made in ignorance of any ecological differences between the two. Please can you tell us if there are any differences in the ecological impacts of the two route options? Thank you.
Thank you, James. And now Josh Grantham. Hi, Josh. So I don't know how you want to do this, if it's two separate questions or is it coming together as one?
I'll speak on behalf of Gabriel from Milton Cycling Campaign first, and then I'll come to CamCycle. Thanks. Firstly, regarding the Waterbeach Greenway, we welcome the news that a route has been chosen, but we are still disappointed that it has taken the best part of 6 years to get here. Could you please provide more information on when the public consultation stage will open to residents and other interested parties? And onto the busway, we are pleased to hear that the central route has been chosen. It is the best route which provides the most benefits to potential active travel users. As part of the public consultation earlier this year, there were a number of questions that were raised by Milton Cycling Campaign, but we still have not got a response to our comments and concerns. These questions relate, amongst others, to cycle parking security at busway stops, LTM 120 compliance at junctions, particularly Butt Lane, and other issues around connectivity with Milton and Impington. Could you please provide more information on when we can expect a response to the feedback provided during the consultation? Yeah, thanks. And then on to CamCycle. We are happy to see progress on the Waterbeach Greenway. The proposed alignment is an opportunity to correct the mistakes that were made as part of the A10 cycling project. However, the proposed route alignment presents a number of challenges that will require bold decisions if a satisfactory solution is to be achieved. We are glad to see reference to the closure of the A10 Ely Road slip into Milton. However, there is no mention of the issue of capacity on the Jane Coston Bridge, and we were concerned to read about the inclusion of Coles Road. This street is not on the desire line, and its inclusion would strongly suggest an unsatisfactory solution on High Street in Milton is envisaged. We should be designing in accordance with the user hierarchy. Firstly, planning for pedestrians, then assessing cycle demand and predicted increase and providing a suitable provision before looking at the remaining space and managing vehicular access. When you complete this process for the High Street in Milton, it's clear that there's simply not enough space to provide enhanced walking and cycling facilities whilst maintaining two-way vehicular access. Therefore, the GCP should explore and consult on other options such as a modal filter or a one-way vehicular loop running clockwise on High Street and Coles Road. Of particular importance is the section between Edmund Close and Fen Road, which is the most space-constrained section of highway. Choosing not to explore these options and proceeding with a non-compliant design will devalue the travel opportunities for up to 30,000 future residents of Waterbeach Newtown. Please can the GCP ensure that the consultation includes a range of options for Milton High Street and ensures that the need of future residents of Waterbeach Newtown are given a voice? Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And so could I turn then to Peter to address those points from James Littlewood and Josh Grantham?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of James's questions, the provision of a bus lane alongside the A10 was specifically looked at as part of a previous stage of the work. It was discounted for a number of reasons, significantly impacts negatively on general traffic in the area. It reroutes traffic through local villages of Lamb Beach, Heston, Impington, higher greenhouse gases, and actually more expensive to deliver because of the impact with Milton interchange. Heritage assessment archaeological assessment was undertaken in discussion with CCC colleagues for all of the park and ride sites. Site A, as you will see in the report, actually we have discounted or are seeking the board, your and the board's permissions to discount on heritage and archaeological grounds as it borders the site of the Denny Abbey. The other two sites, given the location, within the fens and known medieval archaeological remains in the proximity, the potential for archaeology, I can't get my archaeologies out, apologies. The potential for archaeology as a constraint cannot be discounted, which is why we're going to follow the process. So the next stage, the full environmental impact assessment, if we get the green light to proceed, we'll consider that in detail, as well as the development of designs to reflect that. There are no significant differences between the two routes in terms of ecology. We've undertaken environmental constraints assessment, ecological walkover surveys, and biodiversity baseline assessments, and we're going to follow the process. So the next stage, we will go into a full EIA if we get to that point. In terms of the question from the Milton Cycle Campaign, if the decision is given to proceed, there will be an 8-week public consultation that will be online, offline, in person, and we expect all of the proposals to be discussed in detail. We will also be arranging a separate non-motorised user group, as we do for all of our consultations. In terms of questions around the Greenway, yes, those issues will be addressed if the scheme goes forward around the detailed design, and we'll be looking to work and involve stakeholders such as the Cycling Campaign in the design process, so those ideas can be discussed and explored. And then a similar response to Josh. So we are looking at a public consultation. There will be proposals that we put out there for consideration, and we expect a range of views to come back as we ordinarily get. We recognise the issue of pinch points, and we recognise that the carriageway may need to be reallocated to do that. That will be part of the consultation. The route via Coles Road is an option presented because it appeals to people who don't want to go down the high street. It's a less traffic to a quieter route. Similar issues around the closure of Ely Road. The Jane Coston Bridge will not be included at this stage, but could be included at a future stage, subject to funds being made available. But see previous part of this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. And allowing you to shuffle some papers, maybe could you could you now present the report itself?
Thank you, Chair. So the report is considering two things. It's considering the busway and the Greenway. The Greenway is seeking permission to go out to a public consultation. We're saying that the previous Greenway proposals are challenging to deliver, create flooding problems, will be very costly, and we need to go out with a revised set of proposals that we will take views and comments on. And so that's sort of one part of the report. The bulk of the report focuses on the consultation that was undertaken for the Waterbeach Greenway and the associated business case, the details all of which are all available online. Essentially, in terms of the consultation, we were looking at 2 route alignments, a central section or a westerly section. The majority of people who expressed the view supported the central section. Technically, it is the most advantageous of the routes, and therefore we are proposing that progresses to the detailed design stage as the preferred route alignment. We had 3 options for park and ride sites, imaginatively called A, B, and C. So A was the most preferred in the public consultation, but we are saying for specific heritage and archaeological reasons, we don't think that should be progressed. The second favoured was option B, was the southern site. Technically that works better, so of course we would say then actually that's the second most popular site. It works best technically, and we should move forward to detailed design and all the necessary assessments and surveys that are required at that point. We talk about the sort of the wider impact on Waterbeach, and particularly how this ultimately will all then tie in with a reallocated or relocated rail station report, which will come back to you in either the next meeting or the one after, depending on the technical work. I've counted through that, Chair. I'll try and answer any questions people may have.
Okay, thank you, Peter. So to remind members that what the board is to decide is encapsulated in paragraph 1.9 on page 410. So that's kind of a way of centering what we're being asked about. I'm going to suggest, to the degree there is demand, that we talk about each of these three elements separately, so we kind of deal with them properly before moving on to the next. So I think we've got the alignment of the busway, we've got the site of the park and ride, and then we've got the greenway. So could I ask members for views in relation to, or questions and views in relation to the busway alignment, please? Paul.
So I just wanted to make initially a comment on the schemes, all the schemes. This is 3 of the schemes coming to Waterbeach. There are others. There's obviously the relocated station. There is the A10 corridor work that's going on, and there are developer schemes. And I know that officers have been trying to do work to coordinate that between the county, the CPCA, and the GCP, and I'm very pleased to see that work is going on. So thank you very much for that. Sorry, I'm a bit confused with my notes here. I suppose in terms of the busway, the village most affected by this is Lambbeach. And my sense is that there are positive and, there are positive benefits for Lambbeach. And I think some people are pleased to see it coming forward. It'll provide a service for those villagers, and there are others who are concerned about it. One of the concerns relates to the existing bus services. So Lambbeach is quite a long linear village. It's got about 6 stops through it. And villagers are concerned that that service will be removed when there's a busway. And assuming there are stops either end of the village, it'll be quite a long walk for them to get to the bus. There's kind of similar concerns about Waterbeach and Milton as well, about the provision of the existing services. So, and how they may be affected by this. So, given that bus operators make the decisions about, currently make decisions about which services are provided, I would ask that there's some assessment in the assuming the board agrees to proceed with this, that in the further work, there is some assessment of the risk to the withdrawal of the existing bus services in those 3 villages. Yep, thank you. That's all my comments on the busway.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I see Heather and Katie now.
Thank you. So my comments mainly around page 411, 2.2. It was 7,000 to 9,000 in the local plan. It's now planning permission for 11,000. But one thing from scrutinising the document, one thing that doesn't seem to be taken into consideration is the amount of expansion of Waterbeach Village itself. It's not just the new town. And I do think it would, excuse me, be helpful for people that might not be familiar with the planning history to see how many houses have been given consent sort of over the last couple of years in the village itself, because that all adds to the expansion of that particular part of Cambridgeshire. I appreciate I'm jumping around a bit here, but I do think consultation on the cycleway is a good thing. I think we should be listening. Yeah, I've got to get my daughter from school though, so I've said that bit because.
Okay, I'm sorry, we have to work around that. But you've said the bit about the busway. Yeah? Good. Sorry, please finish then on the busway.
Just that on the busway. Oh, bless you. And in relation to like the cycleway, it'd be good to see sort of corridors and making with the route alignments. I can understand why people in Lambbeach and what have you would be concerned. It would be better if we could start looking at putting as much of that sort of blight together as possible. I don't think that's been achieved here.
Thank you very much, Heather. We'll be coming back on the other elements in a minute, but Katie.
I just want to say I was told by somebody working in Cambridge who lives in Wilburton that she's really looking forward to these coming through so that she can get to those and then come into Cambridge either by bus or by public transport. So this is a far-reaching benefits for the scheme coming forward. So I just want to mention one thing that I will mention for all guided bus routes is that can we ensure that they're future-proofed for different forms of travel that might come in the future?
Thanks, Katie. So there's 3 contributions there. Are there any others on the busway element of this? Okay, so Peter, if you'd like to comment on those.
Thank you, Chair. And if I forget, I need to mention the budget, because in my canter I forgot it. Paul, absolutely right about the coordination piece. And what's really interesting is we're now publishing a preferred route that will ultimately may get approved. That then impacts on the developers. And this coordination piece is really important in terms of the ability of ourselves and the planners to really interact with the developers and make sure these things are delivered in a timely fashion. So that's important. We will do an assessment of services, of bus services. I entirely take that point. As indeed, I take the point on the Waterbeach growth that we've not sort of captured. Katie, you know that we've been exploring sort of updating the guidance technology. I think the current guided bus is great, but we wouldn't build that now because guidance technology's moved on. And what that means is it doesn't have to be so engineered, there doesn't have to be so much concrete. It could look and feel more like a road. That means on day one it might be a guided bus, but in year 10 it might be 10,000 e-scooters, to say something controversial, or a light rail system, because effectively we're getting ourselves the land and the segregation that gives that priority to whatever mode decision makers then decide should go on it. So we've made quite a bit of progress with the Department of Transport. The national regulations have been changed. We're now optical guidance and less physical guidance technologies are now legally allowed, and that's taken a deal of work. So we're very much conscious of this sort of future-proofing element. Budget. So an initial £50 million was assigned back in 2019 to this scheme and to Eastern Access Scheme. They were given as an indicative allocation pending scheme development. We've now gone through the scheme development costs. We now have a financial envelope. There's £109 million and change. This scheme attracts tens of millions of pounds of developer contributions, as you would expect, going back to whatever thousand of new homes that we expect to be delivered in the new town. So the movement has gone from an indicative allocation to now a budget projection. And again, we'll be asking for that to be included as part of the decision. This has been reflected in your previous conversations, the 109 million that you had this morning around the future investment strategy. Thank you, Chair.
So I didn't hear anything apart from support for the alignment, the recommendation in little c in paragraph 1.9. So I would propose to go on now to talk about the park and ride location. Could I see contributions in relation to that? I'll ask you, Heather, if I know you have to go. Do you want to talk about the park and ride site?
Archaeology, I think it's important to include that. Obviously, there is benefit that you want it as far out as possible, because having travelled a lot on that part of the A10, it is a nightmare. So you want to try and get traffic off as early as possible, but we can't do it by tearing up archaeological sites. And on the route alignment, I said I didn't think it created a corridor. It wasn't close to the other infrastructures. So I'm not 100% on the route alignment that's proposed.
You're not with that, okay.
Because I do think we should be looking, and that's why I was trying to talk about the cycleway as well, that we should have sort of travel corridors as opposed to lots of different bits going in different places. And that way, you're putting less blight on people as well. So the park and ride, get it as far out as possible, but not at the risk of precious material.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on the park and ride site? Katie.
It's again, it's another, I'm going to bring this up every time somebody mentions park and ride. I think we've accepted that we should be doing travel hubs and supporting active travel at these locations. And I really, going back to the travel hierarchy, I really think we should be thinking about walking and cycling and wheeling more. And I'd like to know if these are actually going to be travel hubs, and will there be some facilities, if not immediately, but allowed for in the future for people walking and cycling, and perhaps what we could change the name at some point. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else on the park and ride side? Christopher.
Slightly my favourite question when we discuss these things is to do with capacity. And as we were talking about earlier this morning, we have a growing challenge with congestion in Cambridge, persuading more people to take other choices, whether that's getting on a bus or a bicycle or any of those other options. I follow the logic and support B. It appears on this drawing to be smaller than the others. Is the capacity there, and what is the capacity to grow in the future? Because we need tens of thousands of people to take different decisions every day, not just a few hundred. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
Just in terms of Site C, so I would support the recommendation for C. I think it is best located for Waterbeach Village. The active travel bridge being built by Urban Civic will provide access from the new town and from the village. But I do think there should be a link from Denny End Road to the bridge, because there is actually no footpath along Denny End Road itself, which is on the opposite side of the A10. Local members and I have been calling for this to provide a connection to the newly built cycle path alongside the A10. So I'd ask if this could be included, the possibility of a path along Denny End Road could be included as part of the consideration of this park and ride site to provide a direct link from the village to the park and ride site.
Thank you, Paul. If I could pop a kind of question on from myself, and I'm probably asking the stupid guy's question at this point, but so people could look at this and say, what, 2 park and ride sites within a few miles of each other? Is that?
Existing train station, and I'm looking at Neil Shaler because I think that's a county issue. It's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other contributions on the Greenway? Paul?
Maybe Peter's going to answer this, but I don't think the existing station is going to remain open. I thought Network Rail weren't going to keep it open. Okay.
Okay, well, we'll hear from Peter.
I'm glad to clarify that.
Yep. And was that your...
No, I wanted to make another point in the Greenway, if that's all right.
Yeah.
So I'm pleased to see the Waterbeach Greenway is now progressing. It has been frustrating for local people, but there's been so little progress for so long. First occupation at Waterbeach Newtown is imminent, so I would... it would be good to progress it as quickly as possible. So I do wholeheartedly support the recommendation to take the Waterbeach Greenway to consultation. There has always been a discussion of a phase 2 of the Greenway, of the Waterbeach Greenway, that should be progressed, should the board allocate funds for it. It is going to be a missing link between the current Greenway and the new town. So I would ask if if that could be looked at, and ideally funds allocated for it. Just one final point. In previous Assembly meetings, we have called for more involvement of local members during the development of the Greenways. I would like to thank officers for involving myself and the other 2 members for Milton and Waterbeach. It's been really valuable for us, and hopefully officers have also found our input useful. So thank you very much.
I must say that last point is good to hear, because kind of like hearing the reverse was getting quite boring. Sorry,
imagine it wasn't my
Is anyone disagreeing with me? No. what have we got? Is there any more contributions? Is that Claire? Yeah.
Just asking for a reminder of how people are going to feel safe cycling up to the Cambridge Research Park from Cambridge, because there is quite a deviation there still.
Okay. Are there any other hands? No, there are no others. So I will ask Peter to come to the points of Katie, Paul, and Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Claire, I'll answer that specifically. I'll come back to you on that particular point. The plan is the rail station will formally close. Closing a rail station in the UK is not the most straightforward, so that it will close, in theory, the day the new one opens. If you're not careful, you get into a situation where it needs like one train a day or one train a week or something. But that would be, the intention would be, we get a very clean movement of that, and that's what we're currently working on, but we will be guided by the rail industry, because no one guides the rail industry on that. I take the point around phase 2 and everything else, but I'm obliged as an officer to remind you of the FIS conversation we had earlier this morning that says we don't have any money. But I think there are a number of these things that we are trying to capture to say what might be the natural next steps for greenways. That is not a request for people to send lots of ideas they may have, but what is coming out of consultation where there looks to be obvious missing links, we are just trying to pull that together for a sort of a clear next step. I think that's it, Chair. But
Katie, yes, come back.
So, Peter, I've heard differently about the existing rail station. So, can we check on this, and if it is to be retained, actually accept that would be a continuing rural station? Just let's double check on this, please.
Okay. Well, we've talked about each of the 3 elements of this. I heard support for the proposal in relation to the Greenway too, unless anyone heard differently. So really on the whole report, I think the Assembly sounds like it, apart from the small points which I will try not to ignore, but on the questions asked of us, that there is a support from the Assembly for the board to go ahead with the decisions that are envisaged. So thank you for your help and contributions with that. And we will go to the next item. And the next item is item 10, starting on page 427, and it's Better Public Transport Cambridge Eastern Access Project. We have some public questions, and then eventually we will get to a presentation of the report. So could I start off the public questions, the first of which is James Littlewood. We're trying to keep you fully occupied, Sir James.
You guys know how to keep me busy.
Yes. And then could Mark Rice and Josh Grantham line up after that, please? Thank you.
The roadside verges at Airport Way roundabout are of ecological value and include a rare species of plants, a lizard orchid, which is listed on the Schedule 8 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act. There's no mention in the officer's report of this constraint, nor the likely impact on this habitat if the scheme were to go ahead. Please can officers say what the impact on the road verges will be before a decision is made to proceed? And my second point, the GCP is willing to compulsory purchase land for its schemes. Given that the main reason for relocating the new Market Road Park and Ride is because the owner does not wish to continue the lease, has the GCP considered compulsory purchase? The current site is closer to Cambridge and therefore is much better for park and cycle, and it would not involve concreting over the countryside. Thank you.
Thanks, James. And then we have Mark Ryson, who I think will be...
Yeah, Chair, can I just report, Mr. Ryson isn't with us at the moment. I did understand, I had an email correspondence with him. He may not be able to join, but he was going to let me know if someone was asking the question. I haven't heard from him, and the fact he's not on the Teams call at the moment. Nick, can you just confirm that that's the case? In line with our protocol, I suggest we send him a written answer.
Okay, I'm happy that that's treated that way. So Josh, if you would like to come forward with your question from CanCycle.
We note with concern that in the recent consultation, CamCycle's response was absent from the consultation analysis. Whilst we accept that mistakes do occasionally occur and responses can be missed, it is worrying that neither the GCP nor their consultants thought to question this and simply contact us. We'd like to see the public consultation analysis revised to include our missing response. We're also extremely disappointed to note the proposal to pause works on the section from Elizabeth Way to Coldham's Brook. The agenda pack references uncertainty associated with the Grafton Centre and the Beehive Centre redevelopments. However, as neither of these sites are directly served from Newmarket Road and both schemes will reduce vehicular demand, it's unclear why these redevelopments should stop progression on the detailed design. However, we do know it is sensible to phase the Eastern Access project as proposed. We would also like to draw attention to the fact that the existing scheme does not include a safe crossing of the McDonald's access of Wadlows Road, something we have raised continually through the engagement process. Extending the scheme a mere 10 metres and providing a simple, continuous cycle track over the junction, making it similar to many of the junctions within the scheme, will ensure the network ties into existing cycle infrastructure. Failing to do so will greatly devalue the new high-quality junction with Wadlows Road and Newmarket Road. Please can the GCP identify why the scheme has not been extended a mere 10 metres along Wadlows Road and why work on the detailed design cannot progress alongside the emerging Grafton Centre and Beehive Centre plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Is Peter again? Yeah, Peter, would you
Thank you,
address
Chair.
those two?
Cambridge, Passford and Future have advised us about the lizard orchid. The area will be surveyed. The design team are already aware it's planned in and the detailed design will avoid the orchids, as you would expect. The Newmarket Road site is too small and constrained. It drags traffic too far into the city centre to accommodate not just the current traffic problems, but actually the growth that is planned along that corridor. So the reason to move it is to give people sustainable travel choices further out, so we have less cars within our city environment. In terms of Josh's question, we didn't attribute. So the comments from CamCycle are in the report. We didn't attribute them to CamCycle. That was an error. We will amend that in time for the board in terms of the consultation feedback. Look, there are major issues around Grafton and Beehive. There's a big interaction with that roundabout, and we do not feel comfortable putting something in that I think, frankly, in a couple of years' time, you're going to have to rip out parts of it and change. I think that's not a good use of public money, nor would anybody thank us for digging up a roundabout twice. So the proposal is that we pause. We get a very clear view from the local planning authority and working hand in glove with them on that. Their officers are content we take this decision rather than just plough on regardless. And then your other point on Wadlows. Actually, we do extend down Wadlows. The issue is it's the junction. And for those of you that have ever been to, dare I say, the McDonald's, look, parking and the use of private vehicles creates a significant road safety hazard. And we have not yet got a road safety solution where we are content to put the scheme through that junction. We will continue to work with the Road Safety Authority. We'll continue to work on stakeholders. And we've had this conversation at the Assembly previously. We will not put in something that is not safe. We have to be cognizant of the situation on site. I think that was it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We have one speaker from a member of a partner authority, which is City Councillor Naomi Bennett. Naomi, would you like to come forward and make your statement or question, please?
Sorry?
No, you were on before. Now you are. You're okay.
After complaining about everybody's microphone use, I have made a mess of it myself, so I apologise for that. You're also going to be hearing from Councillor Alex Boulat, who has sent a written statement. You're hearing from both Labour County councillors and City Green councillors for Abbey, so that you're clear that there is cross-party support for the alterations to the Barnwell Road Newmarket roundabout. And the reason that we have to emphasise that is the overall response. I'm sorry, I'm really echoey, I apologise. The overall response in the consultation is negative. However, ward councillors carried out their own independent survey, and what this shows is there's a polarisation between people who see Barnwell as somewhere to pass through as fast as possible, and residents, often elderly, often disabled, often with prams and small children or heavy shopping, travelling very short distances on foot and on bike, whose primary concern is safety. The Barnwell Newmarket roundabout, sometimes called McDonald's roundabout, is a well-known accident black spot, and we are pleased that this is being prioritised. Both Councillor Copley and myself have submitted some very long responses which summarise residents' feedback. We can't see that they've been directly answered in the report, and we'd like to ask for a separate written response, perhaps within the next month. We do understand that you have had other things to do, but if we are coming to a point where something is going to the executive board, I think we need to have a response to those. I'm not going to go through all the detailed points in my written question because we're expecting to have 6 minutes between two speakers and we only have 3. So I'll just close by saying thank you for understanding that Abbey and Barnwell are an urban village, a home, a community, and not just somewhere for traffic to go through as fast as possible. Thank you.
Naomi, Peter, would you like to respond to that?
Chair, we'll of course get that written response and we'll get it before the executive board to enable participation. And actually, I would just echo, and I will echo in the presentation, the points around local feedback and the need to progress elements of this scheme.
Good, thank you. And I should draw attention to the fact that, as Naomi just referred also, County Councillor Alex Boulat has also made a representation which is in the list of papers and on questions. She can't be here today, but we'll get a response to that. But I think that we can note what she said because it was more a statement than a question anyway. So now, Peter, if you wouldn't mind presenting the report.
Thank you, Chair. So I will begin with the consultation issue. This is a scheme that has received very high levels of consultation support at all its previous public consultations. This consultation went out the door the early part of this year, shortly after a Making Connections consultation, and we received a very different set of responses. But those responses actually were, you could separate them based on feedback from local community broadly, who were supportive, feedback from people further afield broadly weren't. So a much more polarised response on this. Nevertheless, it is the strong officer recommendation that we do proceed with elements of this scheme. For the reasons that have just been outlined, we need to crack on with it and progress that. That said, mention Grafton, mention Beehive, we do think that that section there is just too many uncertainties at the moment, and so that should be paused, word of the day, whereby we get a clearer understanding with local planning partners and then with the developers and come forward with a final agreed set of solutions rather than doing it more ad hoc. So that's in terms of the sort of key component of the scheme. We also consulted on locations for a park and ride. A relocation of the park and ride site. It's too near the city centre. It's too small. That environment is, increasingly there are houses in that environment. So building multi-storey car parks for park and ride would just feel wrong, assuming the traffic could get there when it can't because of the queues. So we've examined a variety of locations and produced a business case to relocate the park and ride. We've come up with a preferred solution, which people will, I'm sure, have views on. And that will all be then summarised in the recommendations that will go to the board to say progress scheme elements, pause elements around Grafton and Beehive, and then continue work on park and ride to detailed design stage. Transport hubs. It's not going to appear in the next one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So the transport hub revolution, vocabulary-wise, has happened today. I just wanted to point members to the fact that the nub of this issue to us is in section 4.1, the bottom of page 435 and top of 436. These are the elements that the board is going to be asked to decide on, so our views are appropriate. Have some of my own to put in at some stage, but I wonder, looking through this, whether it might be sensible, because I know there are views about different aspects of the alignment, but there are also views about the location of the park and ride, which is arguably somewhat separate. I wonder if we could just deal with I've just done it, haven't I? Yeah. I wonder if the travel hub location could be addressed first, so that we can deal with that and then move on to the rest of the alignment. So are there people wanting to talk about the travel hub location, please? So I've got Claire, Christopher. Thank you.
Yes, it's on. Thank you, Peter, and also thank you for the work of Joe and his colleagues who spent a lot of time on this, talking to individual groups of residents. On the travel hub, and I'll try to stick with that terminology, I have real misgivings about the choice of Site 1 because it does not deal with the bulk of the traffic that comes from the north and the east, coming off the A14 and coming down the B1102. That's where the traffic's coming from. That's what's causing the congestion. And I think that one of the other sites might be more suitable. Now, I've read through the detail of the other site, and obviously there are drawbacks with all of the sites. I think apart from the location of Site 1, it's also in the Greenbelt. It's one of the edge of city Greenbelt sites, which will be taken out of the Greenbelt, along with the airport site, when the airport site is made available for housing and other purposes. Do we really need to take it out of the Greenbelt in order to provide a park and ride? If it's not going to resolve the issue of traffic coming in from further north, why do we need to choose that site? I know that there's a line in the report which says that if Site 1 is chosen, buses will be provided from the north and the east. The decisions that we made earlier today will have an impact on that, the funding of the buses coming from the north and the east. And I can see maybe a short-term decision which would have a long-term negative impact. And I'd really like your comments on that. I have other questions, but if we could deal with that first.
Thank you. Claire, Christopher.
I should start this by being clear that in reference to my earlier comment on a potential conflict, I offer this comment solely as an individual who next Tuesday will have commuted across the Quay roundabout every day for 40 years, and I know very familiar with that area. I too I followed the logic for the selection of site P1, but I also question whether it is the right solution for Cambridge in the longer term. You are right to pick up the problem for P10 and P11 being the Quay roundabout, but if people were not trying to get in to Cambridge down Newmarket Road at that point because they had used the travel hub, further out, then we would ease that. It is also a bit of road that could very easily have a bus lane right next to it the whole way, and that there is no point where it is pinched to the point that that could not happen. I think the other bit that gets forgotten and overlooked is because the A14 and the A11 are not properly connected at 9 Mile Hill, Airport Way is the eastern ring road of Cambridge and the only access point to the biomedical campus. So we need something much larger and out closer to the roundabout, in my opinion, and that is entirely personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. I would like to just support the questioning of this because I think on strategic grounds there is a case to be made for the possibility of splitting travel hub services from wherever this hub is located so that they go into Cambridge both down Newmarket Road and also via the A14 and down Milton Road. And I say that because the road structure in the city is deficient in providing any crossing of the river between the A14 and Elizabeth Way, and that there is a quite logical reason to have a travel hub service on buses which covers both of those destinations without transmitting more traffic so close in to the centre of the city. And actually, this is a different point from some of the ones that other people have made questioning this. I absolutely read in the report the problems with the alternatives that have been looked at, and obviously one has to face those as well. But I can't help feeling that there is a strategic question that still really hasn't been answered, and whether we need to look a bit harder at this. I mean, one of the points made I found quite difficult to put weight on, which was that if people were, and what was it, if people were cycling and parking, then it would be better to have where it's proposed. But I could say the same the other way round and come up with a different answer, that people who want to park and then cycle, it would be, yeah, so you know what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I'm tying myself up in knots for that, but I just share the question that people have here. And so I've got another, so Katie, do you want to make your point, and then we'll go to Peter.
I'd just like to support both Christopher and Claire's comments. I think travel hubs in green belts are really problematic. I actually don't think park and rides should be in green belts and just concrete, but the opportunity to do more than just provide car parking spaces is critical in a travel hub, and we have a lot more chance of doing more in a location that's not in the green belt, I believe. And I also, we have Milton, currently the Milton Park and Ride or travel hub is beyond the A14, and the buses come in. So this would be it would kind of be generating another situation where it's beyond a major roundabout and coming in. But anyway, I had thought that I was okay with P1, but having heard my fellows committee members' concerns, I actually think they're well raised. Thank you.
On the basis that we're still talking about the same subject, Kristen, and then I'll go to Peter, if Peter's still keeping track of all the questions and points. Yep, he just about is. Yep.
I think I'd just support your long-term strategic question. I think there's been a theme actually throughout today of how quickly things have changed in the Cambridge and how we must prepare for the future, which we're always trying to do. We've talked about the importance of the long-term things. The fact that we're having to move a park and ride that was built not in the current one already, and the fact that we've had, in the previous discussion, we've thought about the need to develop another park and ride beyond the one we've got existing, really, I think, puts an onus on us as an assembly to say, are we really now investing in something that is future-proof and strategic, and taking maybe slightly more of a difficult decision, but with that longer-term strategic idea.
Thank you very much. Peter.
All entirely reasonable challenges. Yeah? There's not a magic site that ticks every box. We should think really carefully about anything that goes in the green belt, this very nature of the green belt. But so starting with Chris and Anne's point, so typically what happens is park and rides and parking generally migrate out of certainly successful city environments because there's more valuable stuff that you can put in the city centre. And if we were just solely focusing on park and ride, the challenge would then be we've just got to make sure the bus services from wherever location we can get in reliably and don't get stuck in traffic, because that's still an issue we've got to face. The more we move to active travel, we've got to balance, well, how far do you go if you want to cycle? How far do you go if you want to walk? So I don't think there's a location here that's going to tick all of the boxes. This isn't the final decision. This is going to be subject to a planning application where we will rightly be challenged, and then it will come back for final sign-off by yourselves and the board. Anyway, so I don't think this is easy or straightforward. We need to acknowledge, I think, that the current location isn't going to work going forward, and nor, given the Naomi's comments earlier on, do you want it to in that local community environment? You don't want to pull more cars there. So we've got to think about where else should it go. And you can probably make cases for a number of them. What the business case has tried to do is to say, on balance, we think P1 ticks more boxes than others. But if there is a reticence amongst the Assembly, then that needs to be reflected to the board.
Well, thank you, Peter. Yeah, I think what I've heard so far is a reticence based on a range of different factors. Are there other different sorts of contributions about this travel hub location? I'll come back to you in a moment, Claire, because you started us off, but let me have Neil.
Just very quickly about paving over land that is in this particular place. I wonder if consideration could be given to water gardens runoff so that we can save more water on the land. Other things that are in the future, solar panels and that sort of thing, but also on-site trees that these sites don't necessarily have to be a wasteland of heating up ground, I guess.
Thank you. Any other contribution? I mean, is there a feeling that this reticence should be reflected to the board? I think I'm seeing lots of nodding heads here, so I'll take that for the moment and move on to the alignment. Oh, sorry, I did say I'll come back to you, Claire. Go ahead.
The points in relation to the park and ride, and really partly a question for Peter. There are two issues, also planning issues actually in the offing. One is the location of the water treatment plant, which might affect a choice of a park and ride in this area. And the other is potential major development at the Quai Mill Hotel. And I think that's another reason for revisiting, where those two other reasons for possibly revisiting the site. And my question is about the greenways, the Swaffham and Bottisham greenways. How would they connect to a park and ride site on any of these park and ride sites? Because we were talking about cycling to a park and ride site. I mean, potentially another site would have a really good connection to two greenways.
Thank you.
We are connecting the greenways where we can. So the Melbourne Greenway on the other side of the M11 connects with the emerging Park and Rise side. But you're right. It's a balance that we've got to try and draw. And Chair, if I could be so bold to ask a question, because it's sort of easy to say I don't like this, right? But I just wonder whether there's a consensus on I do like this. If I may be so bold, or I'm happy to go back into my box. Thank you, Chair.
Well, I'm not going to allow that to form another major debate, but I mean, I think that members of the Assembly are wanting to express reticence to support the proposed travel hub location. We haven't come on to the rest of the project, and so I think that may be different in some respects there. But I don't think there is full confidence in that location, and I think that needs to be pushed back on in the process, and that's what we are for here as an Assembly. So I'm going to leave that at that point and then come to the alignment of the Eastern Access, the rest of the Eastern Access project, at least the phase one of it. Could I have contributions in relation to that, please? We can see who travels into Cambridge by which route, can't we? By who wants to contribute. Claire.
That's another reason for great familiarity with at least the northern part of this. I just wanted to ask Peter to comment on the issue of shared cycle and bus lane space and the point that's been made about the trees in the Meadowlands area.
Thank you, Claire. Any other comments? Well, I'm sorry. I'll go with one of mine then. I just wanted to probe a little bit more about the Elizabeth Way roundabout because I am a ward member touching on that, and I am of the opinion that this is a really antiquated piece of urban design, a big hole in the ground where all sorts of things go on out of sight, and doesn't even allow very good mingling between cycling and walking. And I hear the proposal to pause it. I mean, I think that there's been a bit of changing of words here because it sounds more like phase it later rather than pause it, which I think are slightly different things. But I hear that the reason is to do with anticipated development at the Grafton Centre and Beehive. I'm still wondering actually what bearing the things that are being proposed for those developments actually have on this. I mean, there's a whole load of people who go to do things at the Grafton Centre in the area now, and there will be in the future, given the redevelopment proposals, and that seems to be somewhat the case in the Beehive. Okay, and so I'm wondering, so what bearing does that actually have on a roundabout design? And just to help me understand the link between those things a bit. There are Section 106 contributions which will enable a new layout of East Road that will arise from the some of the development on near the Grafton Centre, and it seems that it would be good that the planning of that happened in conjunction with, if there was going to be one, the planning of a different roundabout. So just help us understand how it all fits together.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, thank you for picking me up on pause and phasing. What we're saying is that Elizabeth Way should be phased slightly later. So the budget allocation includes budget to do Elizabeth Way. We're not saying we're going to stop it. We're going to say we just need some more time with planning colleagues to fully understand the traffic and transport issues associated with the change uses, potential change uses, subject to planning decisions, around Grafton and the Beehive Centre because of the interrelationship with that roundabout.
Also, what is interesting, and frankly what surprised us, is when we went to consultation, there were actually different views on that roundabout. So being very candid, we presume we go out to consultation and when people will say, God, that's awful, that's, 60s urban design, there's a way of opportunity to get rid of that. And that was our expectation, if officers ever have an expectation. And we got some of that, but we then got some of, well, actually, I quite like it. It's effective, it does. And so there's a number of issues that play into this, but what we are saying, to go back to my first point, is we just think we need a bit more time, rather than that in any way we are just not proceeding with this element of the scheme. So it's a timing issue rather than another. If that helps, Chair.
I just wanted to bring this out onto the table, so I'm okay with your answer. Did you respond to Claire's point?
So we won't be getting rid of any mature trees on Meadowlands. We think I think the question's around west, the trees west of Meadowlands on the south side. We're not going to get rid of mature trees. There are trees issues on all of our schemes, and we will producing designs that accommodate as much as we can. If there are immature trees that we need to replace, we will replace them.
Okay. So I'm sorry, if it's a very quick.
What's being proposed will allow retaining the trees, a cycle lane and free-flowing bus lane.
That's our expectation.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's get back to the order of speakers.
If I've got that wrong, then the man who will know is the man in the room, so I'm happy to put my hand up.
The question was about trees on Meadowlands, and we're not touching Meadowlands at all. There are some trees along the south side of the Newmarket Road, immediately to the west of Meadowlands, and I think there are about 7 trees. They're not the really big ones you've got, for example, on the Central Reserve further to the west. So we've gone through, we've done our survey of all the trees, worked out the sort of standard of them. There are about 7 trees where there is no room to accommodate the active travel path as well as the road and everything else. We would then replant trees once we've removed those, but they're not of the highest standard. There are further trees then west where there's a sort of widening of the road, and we wouldn't touch those. It's the point immediately to the west of Meadowlands, which is very, very constrained. There is no room there at all.
Thank you. So I have Katie and then Neil indicated.
Just about the Elizabeth Way roundabout, my concerns about it is there's so much road given over to it, and it's a massive roundabout. But with I don't think the car trips can increase at all on East Road or Newmarket Road as a result of any development. It really needs to come down, and I think that's also what this whole scheme it was about. So my hope is that we just pause but actually look at perhaps actually not needing a roundabout. But the other thing is all residents, they want schemes coming through as much as possible. I really agree with this being paused and looked at carefully and as quickly as possible. Thanks. But I wouldn't agree to the consulted schemes. I don't think the consulted schemes are the ones to come back. I think we need to look at other options depending on what happens with traffic reduction.
Okay, that's good.
We would agree, which is why we want the time to make sure we come up with the right solution. And just to add, you are absolutely right about the size of land take of roundabouts. If you can avoid them, it's a jolly good thing to do.
Thank you. Now, Neil.
Thank you, Chair. Another factor which I'm sure you're aware of that can impact on the Elizabeth Way roundabout is the 20-mile scheme that is currently going in across the city, so that only the Elizabeth Way bridge will approach the roundabout at 30 miles an hour. The others will be at 20, most likely. And I'm not sure, was that in the original design? Would this mean that we can, another reason to pause or redesign or whatever? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other contributions on the alignment of the along Newmarket Road? No, there are none. So, no. I'm sorry. You have had the opportunity to raise issues. So, does that mean that in relation to the recommendations here that we are supportive of what they are saying? Is that our message to the board? I'm talking about everything except the travel hub location that we already covered. But apart from that, is everyone comfortable with what is suggested? Okay. Well, I'm very happy to. Simon, yeah, if you go ahead.
Microphone.
First one is my reading of section 3.1, which was the results of the consultation, is that virtually on every single proposal there wasn't majority support for. But we've heard from local councillors that there was a distinction between the responses from local residents and other respondents. And I think for the purposes of the board, it would be helpful for them to see that distinction so they're not swayed by thinking, well, there's no one actually supporting this. And I think the people who matter most are the local residents. So that was that particular point. And the other one is we've now gone through Waterbeach and Eastern Access, and we all want the ends, right? But what's happened this week is that one political group has decided they're not prepared to deliver the means. And they put at risk the 200 million. So we might be working off a budget of 300 million, not 500 million. And I just want that point to be really rammed home. What are you doing here? Think about this, reflect. And this assembly has given you an opportunity to come back to the board with a better way forward than where you're sitting at the moment.
Thank you, Simon. It explains the suggestion that we agreed on this morning that the board does look at the impact of not proceeding on other projects in our programme and future funding, and that was specifically with those things in mind. So I'm taking it that we are supportive of this, apart from the travel hub location where we are pushing back, and we've already covered that. So I think we have finished this item, which is quite a breakthrough. So the item next on our agenda is the quarterly progress report. I am proposing on this occasion, because we have 3 items in here on which the board will be taking a decision, and they are in relation to maintenance of transport infrastructure, which is covered on page 442 and onwards in the report. Secondly, the proposed part funding of cycle parking in Queen Anne Terrace, which is covered from 4.16 on page 444. And then the question of prioritising the redesign of Addenbrooke's roundabout, which is on page 445, section 4.21 and following. So I'm going to focus us on those up front, but I do obviously need first to ask for the officers to present that report, which I'll do, but perhaps members could think about the structure of the debate with that in mind, and then I will ask for any other points about the rest of the report. So who's going to present this?
It's me. Chair. Just very briefly then, because you've probably done that for me. There was nothing I was going to highlight by way of exception from your regular update on performance across the work stream, so I was just going to draw your attention to what will be recommended to the board. I should say, actually, on 1.2 little a, that is something you requested for at your last Assembly meeting, an update on the work that we're doing with the County Council around how future new infrastructure will be maintained. So that's less something that will go to the board for agreement. It's more a sort of noting that information, setting out the progress that has been made on that. The other three areas are, though, something that would go to the board for agreement, which, as the Chair has already said, that's about a contribution towards some secure cycle parking in Queen Anne Terrace car park, as set out from 4.16. Also we'll be asking the board to approve detailed design of the Addenbrooks roundabout. That's part of our one of our Cycle Plus schemes, but there's the opportunity to bring that element forward with funding for it, as set out at 4.21. And then also we'll be asking the board to approve the updated assurance framework. That is an annual process. There's been minimal changes to it, but it's appropriate for that to come through decision-making process. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, yes, I was wrong that the first of these items on maintenance isn't an item of decision, but it's something we asked for, so presumably we wanted to have the opportunity to say something about. So could I take that first, please, and ask for any contributions on that? Paul? Anyone else at this stage? Okay, Paul, go ahead.
So I do welcome this update on maintenance, but I would say the reason this needs to be resolved quickly is it impacts the design of active travel routes today. So I'll give you a simple example. Beside the A10, Urban and Civic upgraded the cycle path, but there is no segregation from the A10 itself. And I requested solar studs along that route in order to make it clear, easier for cyclists not to end up on the road, but has been resisted by the County Council because they were concerned about the cost of maintenance of these items should they require replacement in 10 to 12 years' time. So there are probably other examples where the County Council will resist certain aspects of a design because they're concerned about maintenance.
Thank you. Paul, I'll come to Peter in a moment, perhaps. I mean, I read this quite carefully. I had to read it a couple of times before I really grasped the different approaches to it. I did feel that the scenario in which the County Council gives us credit for replacing existing infrastructure in maintenance terms was an inherently fair one, and that has now been changed or implicitly changed by more recent developments. And I felt that it was probably, it just struck me as a little bit unfair that we would both have to add some maintenance costs to new infrastructure, which I get, I can see the logic for, but also have to pay to help the County Council avoid maintaining roads that they would have to have maintained anyway, which seems to me a saving to them. And I just I wasn't quite satisfied with the logic of this, but I obviously I'm a long way from the discussions, and it seemed there must be some element in explaining why the County Council would take that position, because it does in a particular way weigh on what we choose to do and the way we choose to do it.
I'd like to thank Paul for his comments, because it's a safety issue, which is really important. And I think there are health issues, health and safety issues, where a small amount of investment actually has a very significant payback, but they're to do with health and safety issues that we don't often calculate. So I completely agree with what Paul was talking about, but there are other things like benches, which would really encourage people to walk, and the people at the top of the hierarchy. The Chisholm Trail is fantastic, but it has no benches along there. And actually encouraging, there are statistics about if people can walk 11 minutes a day or 20 minutes a day at a certain speed, the health benefits are significant. But for older people, having benches is of great value and actually enables them to do this walking. So I think things like the smaller things to do with walking and cycling, which will help health and safety, it's very easy to forget, and I think certainly should be considered going in. It's for maintenance of our health and our safety, but there's also there's an issue about potholes, and this was one of the things about the STZ. There might have been some funding to help sort out potholes in cycleways and the terrible state of footpaths in and around Cambridge.
Thank you, Katie. Simon?
I was interested to read that there are access charges on the current busway, and I think it'd be helpful if we could see more about the scope and the scale of the forecast maintenance costs over the infrastructure that's been delivered by the GCP. I mean, at the moment, we haven't got numbers in front of us, and I think the board, we all should need to have that information, just so we know what we're actually dealing with here. And it could very much well be thrown into the discussions that we obviously necessarily need with government now as well. The County Council has a very, very significant budget deficit and will continue to do so, and it just can't be expected to pick up these costs after 2030.
Thank you, Simon. Neil?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to give a little bit of a background, if you like. I mean, I'm of the school of thinking that we shouldn't build any new roads until we fix the ones we have, but this particular situation, there's two parts to it in a way. Obviously, we're interested in how much money we have to maintain the greenways and all of these wonderful new things going forward. So I very much welcome this thinking, whole life of the project. There's other questions about maintaining some of the stuff that we've already got, and sometimes a small amount can improve, especially for active transport. We are obviously pushing the government on this, but it's a difficult process, and we find it very, very difficult to get maintenance fund specifically for public rights of way and the kinds of things that the GCP is very much interested in. And a lot of these projects, often there's a small section that divides two parts. It's like on a highway, if the bridge is out, and it's a little piece of infrastructure that would take such a small amount, but the sum of the parts, then you make the whole network much more viable. So these are the kind of things that we're thinking about. But thank you very much for this update.
Thank you, Neil. I'm going to ask Peter for responses on those points. Paul, myself, Katie, Simon and Neil.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I can't speak for the County Council, but I have sort of walked in their shoes in previous lives. And maintenance is a tough gig, right? Because there's always more to maintain and less money to do it. And so how it feels, I understand how it feels, but just those sort of questions around, well, I'm not sure we want to do it because of the maintenance liability, is at least needs to be part of the sort of thought process. What you also need is a much rounded thought process to say, what's the whole life costs of not just the capital money to put it in, but then to maintain it. And it does link with a bench here or a fence there or a street light here. Doesn't sound a lot individually, but over the course of a network, it adds up and places enormous pressure. So implicit within the city deal when it was signed, not explicitly, implicit, was that all of the assets, this new city deal thing would develop a whole host of new assets and then hand it over to the county council as the highway authority. And there wasn't any thought for the maintenance cost of that. Yeah, and it's all nice to do the shiny bit and the cut and ribbon bit, and we've opened something new, but then someone's got to come along and maintain it. And the counties sort of took different views over time, and you can argue one and the other. I mean, it's interesting the credit for, I mean, because a number of our schemes, so Histon Road and Milton Road, the roads were shot when we went in, and as part of the scheme, we've upgraded the roads. So there's a material benefit for the area generally, and you could argue, well, we should get credit for that. But on the other side of the coin, then we get charged for every bench, every street light, and that was sort of the thinking at the time. I think the thinking's moved to a much clearer place, which is back to the implicit arrangement of the city deal. But where there are additional costs that are obvious around maintenance, and they are the busways and they are the greenways, then we should give consideration to it. The busways, we'll produce a short note. It will be a technical note based on our work on the busways. It will not relate to the current busway, because you know there are commercial issues around that. Where, as part of the business cases, we give thought to the whole life cost and what this might look like. But the principle is established in this geography that says the bus operators gain significant operational benefits from a fully segregated solution like a busway, and should therefore contribute to those costs. Same principle with the travel hub sites, and there's a contribution goes in. That then leaves us with the greenways. And we sort of get back to a QED. If we're not careful, we're back to, well, we're not going to do that because of the maintenance liability. And so we've got to find a way through it, because I understand, the greenways will go through the iterations of people want this and others want that. But our designs we shouldn't start from a sort of almost a feeling that maintenance costs are driving all of our designs. We need to be more imaginative in delivering that. And that I think is now the status of the conversation with the county council. And I think added to that, and this does sound technocratic, but apologies, it's quite important. Highways maintenance budgets are like a big amorphous blob. Nobody separates active travel routes. And that goes some way to explain why, if you look at cycle routes and pedestrian across the UK, this is absolutely not a Cambridgeshire issue, across the UK, are maintained in a very different way to roads. It used to crack me up about gritting. You grit roads, but you don't grit all those pedestrian areas. Right? But what the county council are now saying is we need to try and break that amorphous blob down and do more work on the cycleways and the active travel routes, and we need to hook into that in terms of that conversation around greenways, because we don't want to be compromising based on maintenance challenges, because the county council will rightly challenge us on that, as they challenge us on road safety and as they challenge us on traffic management issues. They should be challenges on the maintenance costs, but we need to collectively find a way whereby we can deliver the best possible networks and not just throw a liability at the county council. Apologies, sir, another long sort of response, but this is tricky stuff. I think we're now in a much better place, and this breaking down that blob, blobs are never good things, I think is quite a significant step forward for our work on greenways. But we'll do the note on busways theoretical.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that response. I think I should suggest to the Assembly that we would say thank you for this report that we requested. Appreciate it illuminates the subject, and note it. Agreed? Yeah. So I noticed that fresh tea has arrived, but I'm not going to break for it. So you get the message. And we have to talk about the item that requires a decision from the board in relation to contributing some money towards secure cycle parking in Queen Anne Terrace. Are there any views or questions about this? Simon?
If my colleague Katie Pora was here, I believe she's one of your colleagues too, Chair, she'd be saying, are there sufficient non-standard bike stands in this offer?
Sorry, I didn't...
Non-standard bike stands. Because I think 6 is quite a small number in relation to the totality of the bike stands here. So that's my only question.
So, Simon, are you saying that the bike stands that would be part funded are non-policy standard? These are for bikes that
These are for the
non-standard.
cargo bikes, the non-standard bikes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're saying that there's not enough?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got you.
Sorry, yeah. I wasn't clear, apologies.
I would imagine this has been...
4.18 of the paper.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah.
Yes, we could just ask Tom, rather than speculate about this, let's ask Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a city council scheme, and they've kind of brought the business case forward. But they have worked very closely with kind of stakeholders in developing the numbers that are set out. So I can get a further response from them on that specific issue, but they have been working quite closely with stakeholders.
Okay. So it ought to be all right, but but we're working on information supplied, aren't we? So obviously Thomas will clarify that in the process. Katie?
I just have a conflict of interest as I'm the City Council lead dealing with how we deal with car parks, so I think I'll refrain from the debate here. Thanks.
Kristen Ann.
Can I just ask a question? I mean, it sounds a very good scheme and it's aligned with the GCP objectives, but presumably there is a lot of schemes across Cambridge or different areas, or whether it's the City Council, the County Council wanting to do something on maintenance, or South Cambridge or car park. Why has this one come through, or what's the process by which it's chosen which improvements that the city or the county or South Cambridge will want to bring forward of cycling get GCP support?
Thank you. And could I load onto that a question of my own, which was, I mean, I'm in principle, like others have said, this seems great to provide these better cycle parking facilities that are in a place where they're needed. But I just, is the presence and layout of the Queen Anne Terrace car park going to remain, durably in place to make this a durable investment, or are things going to change round it, which could say, well, we're going to have a bunch of twisted metal on our hands for our money? And I just felt the need for a bit of context about that, because I assume that someone's thought about it. You can? Okay, well, I'm sure you will then. But are there any other points on this? Katie, if you want to answer that point, then please go ahead.
The Queen Anne car park is not a self-contained structural element. It's integrated with the sports centre, and there is a review of the car parks, but it's recognised that this car park is not a viable sort of redevelopment option because of the integration with the sports centre, and that there's no plans to redevelop this location or even consider it. So it will remain a car park with bike facilities.
Okay. Thank you. That's clear. Was there any response needed on anything else, Peter or Tom?
I think just on the kind of priority of Queen Anne Terrace car parks, so there was a business case that has been developed by the City Council, which we can share and kind of provide the rationale as to why that location kind of is what they're requesting. And I would also just kind of point back to some previous work that we've done around secure cycle parking. So this isn't the only scheme we've done. We did kind of run a competition for funding, which kind of awarded about £100,000 worth of funding to kind of other organisations as well. So I'm happy to provide further detail just on that point at a later date, as soon as possible.
Thank you. Paul?
A very quick point. My understanding is this is a cycle theft hotspot. So everything that can be done to make this secure should be considered.
Yep, that's a good point. I think that we're probably saying we support this. Everyone's coming from that place. I think it's worth, in the small print of that, saying that can we be really sure that six stands for the non-standard bikes is sufficient? But I mean, I think we have to accept that those details are going to be dealt with outside these sort of meetings. So if people are happy with that, let's move to the third point, which is going to be a board decision, which is about the prioritisation of the Addenbrooks roundabout. Are there contributions on that? I mean, it seems to me an obviously sensible thing, which I can't imagine that someone's going to come up with a blinding case to say no, but this is a very serious accident area, and action is obviously needed as fast as possible. So, I mean, what it doesn't say in the report is what the solution is, what the redesign is. Where, do we ever see that, or how does that work, Peter? Or Tom, sorry.
You will see it, but we haven't agreed it yet with county colleagues. So, I mean, the money's coming into the county council. It's time limited. But this is one of the junctions on our longer route. So we just want to put our effort, with county effort, in to get this money in and spent. But we will come back with the design.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, I say that mindful of how popular it is to adopt a view about styles of roundabout design. So it's just to be safe. Neil.
I forget what stage we're at on this. There looks like there might be a immediate intervention or something short term, but what you're talking about is a larger redesign. Do we have a timescale for that?
Well, it's both. So it's getting the sign off for the short term, which is how do we spend the money now with a focus on safety, and then how do we make sure that what we put in now doesn't undermine our longer term aspiration, or actually not longer term, sort of relatively short term aspirations actually for the rest of the route to promote walking and cycling. So that will, I mean, effectively in the next 12 months, you're going to get the design for the whole scheme end to end. We just want to do this element quickly. Sorry, clumsily put, apologies.
Claire?
No, the other one. Claire Ruskin.
Sorry, but it was Neil first.
Claire Ruskin.
Oh, Claire, sorry, moments.
I thoroughly support doing something about the Addenbrooks roundabout. Can I just remind the world that we were not responsible as GCP for the Dutch roundabout, and I think it is unlikely that that would be a good solution.
Okay, let's take the first part of what you said and leave the rest on the table, perhaps. But yeah, I don't want to get into that now. Are we saying that we support this? I think we are, aren't we? Yeah. Thank you. Now, I need to, because there's a lot else in this quarterly report, but I mean, these seem to me the main points for this potential discussion. Are there any other questions in the rest of it? Karen.
You're asking about the rest of the report?
The whole of the rest of the report.
Okay, yeah, I did have a comment and question actually. It was around the grid reinforcement work. Mm-hmm. So as written, it seems that the GCP, our executive, are saying that our role in this is over. I think we'd expressed some concerns also about capacity at West Cambridge in the past. I think I noted it was in the minutes of the March Executive Board meeting. Has that now been resolved, or is it likely that there will be a role for GCP in the future, either at that site or elsewhere, or is it all now hunky-dory?
I'm not sure that the phrase hunky-dory would be, so clearly on the two substations that we were pursuing, that's now moved over to UKPN to deliver. I'm not up to date on what further discussions have happened with West Cambridge and what might be progressed there, so get you a written update outside of the meeting, if that's all right.
Okay. Any other questions on any other part of this? Or can I draw it to a close? Oh, no. Tease.
Rachel, the issue of grid capacity is so important. With a lot of talk about water capacity, and that's now resulted in a huge number of stakeholders looking at this, and any highlight we can do on the grid capacity issue to bring as many stakeholders together over the whole of East Anglia to take this really seriously would be really appreciated. Thank you.
That's a nod, was it?
Well, I suppose I would just like to say I think members of the Assembly that followed that through knew that actually what we achieved through that project was getting the investment coming into the area without GCP having to make that investment. So it was a good news story and dealt with the sort of growth pressures that did mean you did need some grid reinforcement. I think in terms of the sort of, the ability for GCP to, significantly widen its brief about solving it for a wider area, I think that probably now moves to other bodies. But I definitely think the work we did showed that the lobbying, I suppose, if you like, and the making the case for why it was needed and to be brought forward at speed was definitely successful. And, if there are opportunities to build on that, we will.
Thank you. So I'm going to try and close the meeting at this point. It's been a very, very long meeting. It's been a painful meeting for some of us, and I'd like to thank members for for their contributions, business-like and civil about the way they've done it. Let's hope that some good can come out of what we have discussed today. So thank you very much, and we have the next scheduled meeting at 2 o'clock on Thursday, the 23rd of November, and the cups of tea are over here if people want them. So thank you.